So once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to you to the Czech Republic, to Vysočina region, to the town of Telč, to Panský dvůr, or Manor Yard in translation, to an international conference with the title Digital Partnership for Cybersecurity and Resilience in Regions. We are especially happy to welcome you in Vysočina region, or Kraj Vysočina, which is one of the 14 regions in the Czech Republic, and as you probably found out, we lie in the very center of Czech Republic. And it is even greater pleasure to welcome you here in the town of Telč, which is one of our regional Baroque UNESCO jewels. And I'm sure, and I hope, you will reserve some time to look around and to enjoy the unique atmosphere of the town. But before you do that, before you deserve this wonderful gift, we have a full day of work ahead of us, so you will have to deserve it. As you have probably noticed, or as you have been informed, this conference is taking place in the context of the Czech presidency of the Council of the EU, and under the patronage of Mr. Ivan Bartoš, the Deputy Prime Minister for Digitization and the Ministry of Regional Development, Mr. Mikuláš, Minister for European Affairs, and also the National Cyber and Information Security Agency of the Czech Republic. We also have a main partner. It's a company called Optokon, who's one of the leading suppliers of fiber optics in the Czech Republic, and you will have a chance to hear about them later on in the program. Before we start the opening remarks and the keynote speeches, I just have a couple of technical instructions for you. Every conference has those, so please bear with me to get through this. The conference is being streamed online. The online audience cannot actively participate, of course, but the stream link is available on the conference website, so it can be accessed. The conference is also being interpreted into Czech and Russian. In case of need, you may get the headphones in the back of the room to hear the conference in either of those languages. Of course, the conference will be held in English, except for the first two speeches, which will be translated to English. On the headphones or on the headphone set, channel number 1 is Czech language, channel number 2 is Russian language. We do have some speakers who will be present online. Of course, we will communicate with them as we are used to doing teleconferences or video conferences. Most of the connections have been tried previously, so hopefully no hiccups today. We will have opening speeches, as we do have listed in the program, and after that we have 4 more or less interactive sessions. Those sessions will be separated by coffee breaks and by lunch. I will always ask the participants in the individual sessions to come forward in the beginning of the session and join us in the front. Stay here for the entire session, and in case the participants will have a presentation, they will of course present from this place. Due to the tight timeline that we have today, and we have already started a bit late, we will try to keep track of time. Of course, we need to keep the time for lunch. So we will, for those of you who will have presentations which are restricted by time, we will notify you by the little signs. I know we all hate it when you have the 1 minute left and end, but unfortunately, if we want to keep up and not end too late, we need to do that. So please bear with us. Don't consider us as being disrespectful, but it's due to the tight timeline. We also have a special Slido set up for this conference. I think it showed up before, and it's here, perfect. Please use it for your questions. As I said, a tight timeline, a lot of speakers. I'm not very sure if we will be able to take questions So if you do have a question towards a specific speaker, don't hesitate to send the question via Slido. And at the end of the conference, we have one last session as conclusion. And there we will try to address any questions that you might have that you have sent to the Slido. We will try to address them there. So please use it. And a last remark, my name is Klára Jiráková. I work in the IT department of the Vysočina Regional Authority, and I will be your host for the day. So that's it for technical information. Thank you for bearing with me. And at this time, I think we can start with the opening speeches. We have very distinguished guests here who have been very kind to accept the invitation to the conference and who have reserved the time in their very full agenda to greet the conference guests and participants. So first, I would like to give the word to the President of Vysočina region, Mr. Vítězslav Schrek, who will officially open the conference.
Vážený pane předsedo Senátu Parlamentu České republiky, vážení zástupci ambasád, vážené dámy, vážení pánové, vzácní a milí hosté.
President of the Senate, representatives of the embassies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests.
Dovolte mi vás srdečně přivítat na této konferenci, kterou kraj Vysočina pořádá s významnou pomocí a podporou všech partnerů, zejména Ministerstva zahraničních věcí České republiky, Národního úřadu pro kybernetickou a informační bezpečnost a pod záštitou místopředsedy vlády pro digitalizaci pana Ivana Bartoše a ministra pro evropské záležitosti pana Mikuláše Beka. Velmi oceňuji i spolupráci s Evropskou komisí, díky jejímuž finančnímu nástroji zde můžeme osobně přivítat řadu účastníků ze zemí, které jako Evropská unie označujeme za země východního partnerství.
Let me welcome you to this conference, which the Vysočina region is organizing with the significant help and support of all partners, especially the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, the National Cyber and Information Security Agency, and under the patronage of Deputy Prime Minister for Digitization, Mr. Ivan Bartoš, and Minister for European Affairs, Mr. Mikuláš Bek. I also very much appreciate the cooperation with the European Commission, thanks to whose financial instruments we can personally welcome a number of participants from the countries that we, as the European Union, refer to as Eastern Partnership countries.
Ruskou agresi na Ukrajině, která začala už v roce 2014, provází i kybernetická forma války, která zasahuje mnoho zemí, včetně České republiky, a to konkrétně i důležité organizace a služby pro občany, které řídíme my na krajské úrovni. Typicky mohu zmínit například naše nemocnice a další instituce ve zdravotnictví. To vše potvrzuje důležitost tématu kybernetické bezpečnosti a odolnosti, kterým se jako kraj dlouhodobě zabýváme a uzavíráme v této oblasti významná partnerství s odbornou sférou, státní správou i samosprávou, ale také s firmami a přáteli ze zahraničí.
Russia's aggression in Ukraine, which began in 2014, is accompanied by a form of cyber warfare that is affecting many countries, including the Czech Republic, and specifically the important organizations and services for citizens that we manage at the regional level. Typically, this is, for example, the health sector. All of this confirms the importance of the topic of cybersecurity and resilience, which we as a region have been addressing for a long time. We have entered into significant partnerships in this area with the professional community, state and local governments and businesses, as well as with friends abroad.
Chci zde srdečně přivítat naše přátele ze zakarpatské Ukrajiny v čele s hejtmanem panem Volodymyrem Čubirkem. Velmi si vážím toho, že do Telče dorazili. Vítám také přátelé z regionu Grand Est ve Francii a naše partnery z Tchaj-wanu.
I would therefore like to warmly welcome all of our friends from the Transcarpathian region of Ukraine, headed by the president of the region, Volodymyr Chubirk. I very much appreciate you coming to Telč. I also welcome our friends from the region of Grand Est in France and our partners from Taiwan.
Velmi si vážím přítomnosti vás všech, kteří jste vážili cestu ze zemí východního partnerství, kromě Ukrajiny také z Moldavska, Arménie, Azerbajdžánu a Gruzie. Vítejte v Telči. Je naše priorita jako České republiky, jako předsednické země Evropské unie upozornit na důležitost právě zemí východního partnerství a udržovat a rozvíjet vzájemné vazby. Jsem moc rád, že můžeme přivítat i odborníky z významných institucí z Estonska, Švédska a Rumunska. Vítejte i vy všichni odborníci na IT a bezpečnost krajů, akademické sféry, policie, firem a dalších institucí.
I very much appreciate the presence of all of you who have made the trip from the Eastern Partnership countries. In addition to Ukraine, it is Moldova, Armenia, Azerbaijan and Georgia. Welcome to Telč. It is our priority as the Czech Republic during our presidency of the European Union to highlight the importance of our region and to maintain and develop mutual ties. And I am very pleased that we can also welcome experts from important institutions in Estonia, Sweden and Romania. I would also like to welcome all IT and security experts from regions, academic spheres, police forces, companies and other institutions.
Dámy a pánové, přeji vám, ať je toto setkání pro vás obohacující, ať získáte zajímavé informace a hodnotné kontakty a ať se vám v našem kraji Vysočina líbí. Přeji vám všem úspěšný den a úspěšnou konferenci.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you find this meeting fruitful and gain interesting information and valuable contacts here. Enjoy your stay in the Vysočina region. I wish you a successful day.
Děkuji.
Thank you very much. Now, it would be very inappropriate for me to welcome the next guest or the next speaker because he's at home here. And unlike me, or probably most of you, he should be and probably will be the one welcoming us here in his hometown. So therefore, I would like to thank the President of the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, Mr. Miloš Vystrčil, who has, by the way, very recently, actually last week, clearly defended his mandate in the state Senate elections. So thank you very much for being here, and I'm asking him for an opening speech.
Vážený pane hejtmane, vážený pane poslanče, vážení zástupci nejen místních, ale i evropských, regionálních a městských nebo obecních samospráv.
Mr. President of the region, dear members of the parliament, representatives of the governments and self-governments.
Také bych chtěl rád pozdravit všechny zástupce našich státních a bezpečnostních institucí a všech dalších, kteří se tady dneska v Telči sešli za účelem toho, aby společně diskutovali o kybernetické bezpečnosti a o odolnosti našich regionů.
I would really like to welcome also all the representatives of all security and other institutions who have come here to Telč to discuss the security and resilience, especially of our regions.
Vy dneska máte bohatý program a celou řadu přednášek. Já tady s vámi bohužel celou dobu nemohu být, protože byť je Telč moje rodné město, tak musím za chvilku odjet do Prahy. Ale to, co také považuji za důležité, je nejen to setkávání a poslouchání těch přednášek, ale i ta neformální část toho programu.
I would like to be here with you because Telč is my native town, but I'm because of my other agenda, I can't stay here with you the whole day. But it is very important for you that you stay here and discuss these things regarding the security as well as the informal part, which is also very important.
Já jsem se s mnohými z vás včera viděl již na večeři. A říkám to protože jedna z základních věcí pro Evropu, kterou musíme naplnit, abychom v té obtížné době obstáli, abychom spolu dokázali komunikovat, abychom se znali, abychom dokázali táhnout za jeden provaz.
I participated yesterday at a welcome dinner where I met all of you, and this meeting or such meetings are also very important from the point of view of Europe, so that we are able to sustain all the challenges, so that we are able to communicate with one another.
Já nepochybuji o tom, že ty přednášky, které dnes uslyšíte, budou mít vysokou odbornou úroveň a že budou pro vás velkým přínosem a věřím tomu, ale přesto si na závěr dovolím zdůraznit ještě jednu jinou věc.
I believe and I am certain that the lectures that you are going to hear today will have a very high professional value and they will be great benefit from you. Despite this, I would like to emphasize one more thing in the end.
Za stejně důležité, nebo možná ještě důležitější považuji to, že tady jsme se setkali a že si můžeme vyměňovat informace, že o sobě víme, že jsme schopni hledat společné cesty.
I consider at least equally important that we have met here, that we communicate with one another, that we know of each other and that we can try to find common paths.
Protože jedině naše společná spolupráce, naše schopnost táhnout za jeden provaz, zastávat jednotné postoje, nám umožní efektivně a úspěšně hájit svobodu a demokracii.
Because this is the only way if we are if we pull just one rope and that we are able to have uniform views, this is the only way how we can defend democracy.
Jsou tady naši přátelé z Zakarpatské oblasti Ukrajiny, jsou tady naši přátelé z Tajvanu a my bychom si měli uvědomit, že vlastně naší povinností, naším posláním je i těmto zemím pomáhat.
There are some friends here from the Transcarpathian region and also from Taiwan, and we should all realize that our obligation is to help those countries.
Protože když budeme zabezpečovat bezpečnost kdekoliv na světě, když budeme kdekoliv na světě pomáhat rozvoji demokracie, tak pomáháme sami sobě.
Because if we help anywhere in the world, if we help the countries to develop democracy, so this is help to ourselves.
A proto vám všem přeji, abyste kromě těch odborných znalostí také nabili a utvořili silnější pouto, právě proto, že jste dneska tady u nás v Telči a můžete spolu komunikovat.
And that's why I wish us all and I wish you to take this opportunity of you being here in Telč and being able to communicate and to create really strong ties.
Přeji vám úspěšnou konferenci, přeji vám užitečně a efektivně strávený den a přeji nám všem, aby jsme dokázali tu naši sounáležitost zúročit právě v té naší společné snaze budovat a rozvíjet svobodnou Evropu a ostatní části světa.
I wish you a successful conference and a successful day, and I hope your efforts will be very efficient in developing our free Europe.
Děkuji vám za pozornost.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, unfortunately, could not be here in person due to other obligations, but we are very glad that Mr. Ivan Bartoš, the Deputy Prime Minister for Digitization and the Minister of Regional Development of the Czech Republic, has found time to prepare a video statement.
Dear conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to greet you all, at least this way, and to thank you for participating in the Digital Partnership for Cybersecurity and Resilience in Regions. This conference is dedicated to the important topics of cybersecurity and, above all, to the sharing of experience between East and West, and also between centers and regions. As you know, the current situation in the field of security and cybersecurity is not simple, and the invasion of Russian troops into Ukraine has caused a crisis unprecedented since the Second World War. We are also in the midst of a hybrid cyber war, which was unleashed by the Russian Federation before the conventional war. We need to be able to defend ourselves against threats to our freedom. The sharing of experiences, technologies, practices, and information in the field of cybersecurity is vital in order to defend ourselves. More than ever before, we need to work with our Eastern partners to help maintain our cybersecurity. The Eastern and Central European region has long been an area where cyber attacks occur, and a resilient e-government must be able to counter such attacks. It is not only a matter of the national level. We must create resilient IT systems and cybersecurity tools at the regional level as well, preferably together on a platform of international cooperation. Although the Russian threat is imminent and most visible, it is not the only one. Hybrid warfare is a danger that must be taken seriously anywhere in the world. It is thus extremely important to create resilient IT and cybersecurity systems for either state or non-state institutions. Me and my team are now working on the milestone project, the new Czech digital agency. At the state level, we are changing the way of managing the digitalization process and the whole digital transformation. We were inspired by foreign experiences, especially from Estonia, Denmark, and Great Britain. It is crucial for us that we can cooperate on this challenging task with the National Cybersecurity Office, NUKIP, which can oversee the process from the cybersecurity standpoint. In the same way, we must cooperate at the regional level. The international platform will allow us to share experiences, procedures, or even technologies in order to have a technologically resistant and robust public administration. And I will impatiently wait for the outcome of this conference and the results of our joint work. I wish you a great day.
Thank you very much. We have another video statement coming up from another member of the government cabinet, Mr. Mikuláš, the Ministry of European Affairs of the Czech Republic, will also virtually greet the conference guests.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I am honored to welcome you at this very topical and timely conference organized in the framework of the Czech presidency of the Council of the European Union. It is obvious that cybersecurity has become a crucial element of Europe's defense capabilities, and as such it is among the top priorities of the Czech presidency. We all know that massive cyber attacks have been part of the current Russian aggression against Ukraine, but they also have been present in a long-lasting hybrid campaign against the West. Designed to undermine trust in democratic governance, the cyber attacks are often aimed at regional actors, most prominently at public institutions such as self-governing political authorities, hospitals, or universities. It is thus crucial to establish and reinforce partnerships beyond capitals to learn from experience in different regions, preparing joint response procedures and sharing early warning in order to increase our cyber resilience, both at national and at regional level. I also believe that we can significantly strengthen our overall cyber resilience by deepening of cooperation with like-minded partners beyond European Union who can bring advanced technological solutions together with sharing experience with those who are primary targets of Russian attacks. Therefore, I was very happy to learn that so many representative partners would meet in Telch to discuss these issues, and I take this opportunity to congratulate you on such a successful event.
Thank you very much. And the last opening speech, I'm glad it will not be by video, but in person, will be presented by Mr. Richard Kadlčák, who is a special envoy for cyberspace from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And today he's standing in for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Jan Lipovský, who could not be here today, unfortunately. So please. Here or this one.
So, Mr. President of the Senate, Mr. President of the regime, members of Parliament and distinguished guests, I'm here to greet you on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have to start with once more excuse of my minister, Jan Lipovský, who would like to be here, but unfortunately the situation internationally is now really very, very difficult. He couldn't. I would like to point out that as for cybersecurity, for Ministry of Foreign Affairs, this is really very important area for already many years. I've been working as special envoy from 2016, and my colleagues started as well. Now there is really very intensive international discussion about cyberspace, and for us, we see it mainly as a global problem. We see that as for cyberspace, of course, cyberspace has no any border. It's international. For us, it's a global challenge which needs global solutions. That's the reason why Ministry of Foreign Affairs is really very strongly involved in international negotiations about how to stabilize the cyberspace. This discussion is really very intensive, but in general, there are 5 areas we have been discussing, and we try to have some progress. The first area is the current and emerging threats. So there's discussions about new technologies like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and so on. The second important area is application of international law on cyberspace. We all agree, or almost all countries, not all, but almost all, agree that international law applies in cyberspace fully. But as for interpretation, how it works in cyberspace, it's a question of very intensive discussion. The third one is non-binding. The third area we're discussing is non-binding norms of responsible state behavior, which is something very important because many cyber attacks takes place not in the time of war, but in the time of peace. So this appeal on responsible state behavior is something very essential in this context. Number four is then confidence-building measures. So if we are not able to agree, let's try at least to understand each other, that there is no escalation of some conflict because we don't understand the other side. And the last but not least, is capacity building. This is probably one of the main areas the Czech Republic is involved, and area which is, sometimes it's named capacity building, sometimes it's named technical assistance, and so on. But in principle, this is essential for us. And I would like to point out that this is always two-way communication. It's not that we know everything. It's about communication with others. And this is the point we need to evaluate. Because here in capacity building, what we are trying to get, it's not charity from our side, it's building of our own security. Because we know that the security of our country is done by the weakest link in the chain. We know that cyber attacks could be everywhere, so to support other countries and to discuss with other countries is something for own interest. That's the reason we are doing it. Just one example. 2 years ago in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we were tasked to prepare some classification of the cybersecurity risks of our embassies. If we can classify which embassy is more inclined to cyber risk than others. We spent a couple of months to discussing it with our National Cybersecurity Agency, with other institutions, but in the end we admitted that we are not able to do such classification. That's the difference between physical space and cyberspace. In physical space, of course, it's different if our embassy is in Switzerland or if it is in Afghanistan. But as for cybersecurity, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter. It's the same. So from this reason, we need to cooperate all together. And our security is really dependent on security of all other countries, and that's what we try to support to have the level of security as high as possible. So thank you for your listening. I wish you a nice conference, and once more, I apologize that my minister couldn't be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This speech concludes the first part of the conference, and we will move now to the more expert part of the conference. We will move to session 1, and I'm very glad we already have our moderator of the first session, Mr. Jan Marian, a special envoy for Eastern Partnership from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I would also like to the following participants to come forward. We already have Mr. Ovidiu Raetchi coming forward. He's the head of the Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience from Romania. Thank you very much. We will have Mr. Shahid Raza, Director of Cybersecurity Unit at RISE from Sweden, who should be online. We will have Mr. David Sakhvadze, also, who will be here. He's the Director of the Information and Cybersecurity Department of the Office of the National Security Council from Georgia. Thank you very much. And the next three guests, will be also online. Mr. Serhii Prokopenko, Head of Operations Department of the National Cybersecurity Coordination Center from Ukraine. Should be online. Yes, we see him. Perfect. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear us.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And also Raluca Stefanuc, Cybersecurity and Digital Privacy Policy Unit from DG Connect, also online. I hope we can hear you and you can hear us. Hope so. Can all the participants just confirm that you can hear us and we can hear you? Yes, perfect. Yes. Thank you very much. So, I give the word to Mr. Jan Marian.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. You've done most of my job. Thank you very much for this. So my job is very easy now. And before I give the floor to the first speaker, I'd like to thank the Vysočina region and partners. And I think we've heard already about the situation, not only in the regions and what we face. So unfortunately, in the recent years, we've learned a lot from Russian and Chinese activities, not only here in Czechia, but also on the NATO, EU level and in the Eastern Partnership. So I'm really happy that we are here today, and I think it's really important to see this as a two-way street. So this is not about you learning from Georgia or Ukraine, learning from the EU. This is about us learning from Georgia, Republic of Moldova, Ukraine and others. And without further ado, I'd like to ask you, Ovidiu, to take the floor, please.
The microphone.
The microphone.
Oh.
Yes, it's okay. Thank you very much, Jan. Thank you all for being here. So I will start my presentation abruptly to make it as short as possible. I will talk mostly about resilience, not so much about cyber, leaving that to your distinguished experts here, adding just a dash of philosophy of history if it is not too early for that. So the first slide is obviously an attempt to get your attention. At the same time, it's a painful description of some experience we've lived in the past. Our goal for the future and present is not to be the subject of this meme. Moving on to the next slide, I have to say that what we've noticed over the last couple of years is the emergence of a concept that's making the media really happy: overlapping crisis. If 50 to 70 years ago we had a major crisis every few years, the missile crisis, the Suez crisis, the oil crisis, today we are talking almost every year about a bunch of overlapping crises. And you see them in the next slide. We have now a military crisis, a food crisis, an energy crisis, a climate crisis, and so on and so forth. But this slide doesn't even remotely capture the complexity of the overlapping crises because they intersect, as we see in the next slide. And even this flat slide does not properly capture the special character of the crisis, each of them intersecting with each other. As we well know, and I will go to the next slide, the number of catastrophic concepts present in the public culture and the public sphere has grown exponentially in the last years. We are talking about perfect storm, about grey rhinos, about black swan, and they are obviously frequent media terms. Moreover, catastrophic literature, and I will go to the next slide, has experienced its own expansion. Concepts like mega disaster or mega crisis being addressed in recent years by economists, mathematicians, historians, or anthropologists. And I have here just some of them. We all know Nicholas Taleb, we all know Michel Foucault, we all know Jared Diamond or Niall Ferguson. And we have to ask ourselves, and I will do that in the next slide, has it always been like this, or what has changed? Is it the pace of history? Is it the number of crises and threats, or is it the way we relate to history? Is it our sense of history? The way we relate to history. And we will easily find example to prove that overlapping crises are quite frequent in history. And I'm not talking about 1918, the year 1918 with its cocktail of horrific world war, pandemic, and communist revolution, nor about the 14th century when the Black Death wiped out half of Europe. I will evoke instead the year 536, considered by Michael McCormick the worst year to be alive because of its overlapping crises. We had an Icelandic volcano that erupted, we had the climate change that followed, we had food crisis coming from that climate change, and then we had the Justinian bubonic plague that meant death for almost half of the population in Europe. Or I'm talking about 1755 Lisbon earthquake that generated not only the earthquake itself, which was a disaster in itself, but also fires, a tsunami, and finally an economic collapse that is essential for us to understand the history of Portugal for the next 2 centuries. So, in conclusion, from my point of view, what changed is our perception of history. And you have here a number of philosophical ways in which we have related to history over time. Usually, as you can see, with optimism. And this was not only happening in the era of Leibniz or Hegel or Marx, but also, as you can see, under the presidency of Ronald Reagan, or even at the famous conclusion of Francis Fukuyama, talking about the bright end of history. And suddenly, today, that optimism has left us to make way for the attention we pay to overlapping crises disasters, or black swans and grey rhinos. This probably happened because an accelerated accumulation of black swans, and I'm talking, as you can see, about 9/11, about the rise of ISIS, about the rise of an hostile and imperialist Russia, also COVID-19 is here. They all activated our natural negativity bias. That means that people tend to focus more on the negative as they try to make sense of the world. And that means that we tend to pay more attention to negative events than positive ones, learn more from negative outcomes and experiences, make decisions based on negative information more than positive data. Maybe we are telling ourselves so often to think positive because our brain says, in fact, think negative. And that can be difficult, unpleasant, painful on an individual level, but the truth is that historically we are dealing with a new relationship between the state and the dangers, threats, negative scenarios we are facing, and I must add, that is not a bad thing. If in the pre-modern state, or let's say the Hobbesian state, the protection was offered against internal and external violence, and the other threats were rather fought by the church. If in the totalitarian state propaganda does not allow for negativism or self-doubt, looking for our own potential flaws, now in the contemporary liberal democratic states, we believe in the resilient state in alliance with the resilient society. In fact, and because of that, we are living in the age of security plus plus. And that is composed, as you can see at the base of this pyramid, from the old style defense, military, police, but also from new types of threats that are now assumed in the security concept: biological threats, cyber threats, natural disaster, food crisis, energy crisis, and also at the top of this pyramid by defense against hybrid aggression, propaganda and disinformation, cyber attacks, weaponization of energy or food. In a context when we face the weaponization of everything, we have to be able to defend everything. And this is the age of resilience we are entering now. And in this age, cyber is the perfect weapon for our enemy because it is asymmetric. That means also accessible to secondary actors and suitable for guerrillas in a period when asymmetry is cultivated by rogue states or terrorists, because it is hard to formally attribute, because it may initially target the private sector or local authorities with insufficient cyber defense budgets, because it can target critical infrastructures, because it can target minds and soul, or because cyber can just be a tool for delivering disruptive threats. You can paralyze an airport by just sending terrorist threats from an undetectable IP, and this is a real case coming from a country around the Black Sea. I think they are present here in the room. What I would therefore bring as a challenge from a resilience perspective in this cyber discussion is the statement that the cyber domain is the main direction for building resilience in the next decade, because cyber remains statistically the field with the greatest potential to spawn a black swan in the near future. Thank you, and I leave the floor for the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving us this historical perspective, and also we can understand that it used to be worse, so in a way you are an optimist, I would say. Thank you very much for this. Before I give the floor to the second speaker, I'd like to ask you colleagues to be brief, since we should end about 10:40, and I'd like to allow time for debate, questions and answers with the audience. So, Shahid, Raza from Sweden, are you with us? Good morning.
Yes, morning.
You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Shahid. I'm the head of cybersecurity at Raza, which is a state-owned research institute in Sweden. And it's a perfect timing for us as well, because Sweden is going to get the next presidency and we are planning similar events. I'm a technical expert, so I have a master's PhD and I'm a professor in university as well. So I will cover the technical side of cybersecurity, and I will be very happy to answer and be part of some discussion around it. When it comes to the cybersecurity at Raza, we have different national initiatives in Sweden. One of the biggest one is the National Cybersecurity Research and Innovation Node. This is an activity, it's a public-private partnership in Sweden where companies, agencies, academia, and also public representatives, they come together and discuss cybersecurity. It's 150 plus organizations participating in this. So it's a perfect venue for me as well to learn a bit how and what are you thinking in this space. So when it comes to cybersecurity, I will define it in a very simple terms by saying that cyber is how individuals, organizations, and states reduce the risk of cyber attacks. So that's the baseline. So it's not an individual's responsibility or a company's responsibility or only state's responsibility. It's a responsibility of all of them together. More specifically, if you look at this and what we need to protect when it comes to cyber, the process includes forecasting, so you should be ready for cyber attacks. And when it happens, the first is you have to have tools to prevent them. If not, at least we should be able to detect them. And then we need to ensure the resilience and the robustness. And these are very important concepts in cyber as well as for other domains. So it must be possible to continue the normal operations, and it must be possible to roll back to the normal operations. So these two services ensures that. And then once these attacks happen, you need to make sure that there are proper removal of attack, post-attack analysis, and investigations happen. So by this, I would say that cyber is not an event. Usually it's seen, oh, okay, we are hacked, we have to do something. No, it must be seen as a process. And when you defend against cyber attacks, it's not a single type of group that you need to deal with. Usually when it comes to national defense, the actors are well defined. You know typically who, not cyber, but more traditional defense. Then you know who are you fighting with. You know a site in the middle of desert, maybe you have to go on attack. But in the cyber, maybe the person or the organization responsible sitting next door in your own city, maybe routing from somewhere else and feel like it's coming from country X and Z, but it can be your next door neighbors. So the capabilities of cyber threat actors, we call them, they range very much when it comes to state sponsors or nation states to insiders or script kiddies. So we need to really, I'm not going into details here because of the time constraint, but it's very important to categorize who are we fighting against in your cyber strategy. A few words on the public administration. Indeed, a well-functioning public administration is the backbone of a successfully operating state. So it's very important that the cyber attacks should not seriously undermine the operations of such a state. Fortunately, we have a number of advantages because of digitalization, especially Sweden, for example. We are one of the most digitalized countries in the world, maybe number one in Europe. However, we also have issues that we are not number one in cyber. Therefore, the pace of cybersecurity must match the pace of digitalization. So, especially when it comes to public administration, you have different hats. On one hand, you're responsible for the protection of critical infrastructure and state institutions. And at the same time, you are the one who develop policies and laws and enforce them. So I will end this first part by just saying the fundamental issue when it comes to protection of PA is that we are, or the public administration is the main target of attacks. especially from a well-funded part of the cyber threat actor, terrorists, state sponsors. So in the event of peace or war, when you want to undermine decision-making capabilities of a state or a government or region, then we are unfortunately the soft target. I'll be very happy to go into a discussion and discuss a bit more on how and what tools exist and what are the typical issues other than this when it comes to cyber and public administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And the next speaker is Mr. Sakhvadze from Georgia, offering Georgian perspective. Thank you.
This one? Thank you very much. Thank you, hosting us. And thanks, the first presenter, for setting this large context of the threats and cyber in between. So I think we've got our slides or not? Oh, okay, brilliant. So I represent here National Security Council Office of Georgia, and I mostly will be talking about practices and regulations vision from the central government point of view. We as an organization of National Security Council Office, we are in charge of different threats, and cyber is one of them. And I was asked to deliver our vision of what our vision and practices from 2008 war, of Russian-Georgian war, and what happened afterwards. So coming back to 2008 war, prior and during this war, Russia used this cyber instrument to disrupt communications and to down internet resources and disinform the population. So it was used as a purely cyber and hybrid warfare tool. During 2008, cyber was used as one intensive tool, but it was somehow sidelined because it was overshadowed by the kinetic aspect of war and humanitarian aspect. So there was a real ongoing kinetic attacks and a large number of refugees. So cyber somehow was sidelined, but the reality was that Russia was intensively using cyber instruments, taking down Georgian official websites, infringing in communications, disinforming population. And while the government that I was working at the time for different branch of government was trying hard to, in kinetic aspects, humanitarian aspects, international aspects, but the government still managed to somehow moderate the results of Russian attack as well, because official resources were mirrored in international, some partners' resources on servers abroad, and to avoid hybrid aspect of disinformation population, the regular clearly defined the timeline of regular official information messages was used to inform the population. But the point is that in 2008, the level of digitalization of Georgian population was quite modest and moderate. So therefore, the so-called surface of attack was pretty much small. And unlike today, we have years after that, percentage of population in using internet for different purposes, for receiving news. Therefore, they are becoming vulnerable for hybrid attacks, for banking, for shopping, for businesses. Therefore, they are becoming vulnerable for attack, for like a cybercrime or state-sponsored cyber attacks. This increases surface of contact and surface of attack. So we, as a central body of government and different agencies in Georgia, are trying to create an architecture by our means and with partnership with international partners and strategic partners to moderate these risks. So this looks what's a so-called cyber architecture, cyber management of Georgia looks like. So we have different agencies. The first I represent of the National Security Council, and we have Ministry of Defense Resources, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Internal Affairs, and State Security Agency, our FBI sort of agency. And three of them have their own CERTs, means that cyber emergency response teams. And we have also National Bank of Georgia that is also giving some regulations to banking sector. And we have this central legal instrument to regulate all this. And according to our law of information security, there are several categories of so-called critical information infrastructure subjects. It means that each and every country has its critical infrastructure, but some part of this critical infrastructure is critical information infrastructure. Thus, we have first category is simply state agencies. Second is communication and internet service providers. Third is large and critical private businesses, means the railway and electric grid, ports, airports, etc. And the standalone point is defense infrastructure. So all these infrastructure levels or categories are protected by different CERTs, and they have their own capacities. And as I mentioned, National Bank of Georgia gives some regulation as well to commercial banks that are considered to be critical for economy, giving some additional financial regulations. And we have also National Cybersecurity Strategy for 4 years that my department is in charge to monitor of. And we have 4 priority goals. Mostly they are related to rising public awareness, to increase resilience through increasing capacities and capabilities, and to strengthen Georgia's international position and international cooperation. Though we are not without threats and not without challenges, and here are only a few, like the largest cases that happen. So our strategy defines different types of cyber threats, including cyber warfare, informational warfare, espionage, cybercrime, etc. And beyond, next to 2008 large-scale use of cyber by Russia against Georgia, there were like years and years occurring against the same cases. So you are professionals, you understand that attribution of cyber attack is a pretty much hard task. It not always easily, not always easy to define who was behind of this, but still we can with pretty much high confidence that during 2011 there was a large scope of Russian cyber operations or espionage operations against Georgia, and in 2016 there was a large DDoS cyber attack on different public and commercial infrastructure by GRU of Ministry of Defense of Russia, taking down hundreds of websites, and the website of President of Georgia and governmental agencies and commercial media organizations were taken down. In 2020, Georgian agencies providing state digital services were attacked, including Ministry of Healthcare, Ministry of different agencies, including one important point is that there is in Georgia, there is a Lugar lab that provides some support to Georgia in terms of all these biological threats, and it is pretty much often used by Russian propaganda against Georgia and against West. So it was attacked again. In 2021, again, website of Georgian Parliament, Supreme Court. In 2022, attacks against media, against large business companies, National Bank of Georgia, Ministry of Defense websites, and email servers, etc., etc. So this is an ongoing, non-stopping process, and we are, if not under the, let's say, heavy artillery shelling, but we are under constant fire from the above-mentioned actor. So beyond of these threats, we have several challenges that's not unique apparently for Georgia, but it's widespread cases. So we are we are in constant process of brain drain and workforce drain, and all this qualified personnel are pretty much often taken away by business companies because they are simply paying more. And we need regular technical upgrade. We are slightly lagging behind, and we need more communication with cutting edge like technology providing countries like quantum computing, artificial intelligence, etc. And we unfortunately still do not produce in Georgia some world level cyber products, including hardware or software. But we are in pretty much close cooperation with international and Western partners, and from onward to 2021, UK is in pretty much close cooperation with us. And right now there is one of projects where the international company Torchlight Group is participating and supporting Georgian agencies, including us, in accomplishing several tasks of our action plan of cybersecurity strategy, including public-private partnership, including the platform of information exchange between CERTs, including classified information, and EU-funded cyber risk and twinning projects are supporting our digital governance agency and Ministry of Internal Affairs. We have Ministry of Cybersecurity, Ministry of Defense Cybersecurity Bureau benefiting from the support from US, UK, Estonia, Lithuania, CESNET-CERTS. Here we are in close cooperation with NATO. Right now there is a process of so-called substantial NATO-Georgia package. That is one of instruments of NATO-Georgia cooperation. Is this? It has cyber. It used to have cyber defense initiative, and right now it is upgraded on national level, so it will be not cyber defense anymore, but it will be nationwide cybersecurity NATO-Georgia partnership. And we are ongoing processes of training of technical staff, of cyber so-called InfoSec officers that are in high demand in Georgia. There is an intensive training. We are developing standard operation procedures for cyber incident response and automatization processes. We are building up digital forensic capacity, and we are diversifying and internet infrastructure. There are some challenges because, there's a problem of optical fiber cables that can be easily physically damaged, and we are diversifying all these routes. We are working on more safe supply chain. We are increasing public awareness, rising in cyber attacks, cybercrime, and we are definitely increasing all this domestic interagency, international cooperation, and international cooperation level. So we are pretty much paying a lot of attention to this stuff, and we will be very much glad to share our experience to anyone might be interested in this. Thank you for your attention, and if it happens that you have questions, I'm ready to give an answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I think in the debate we can come back to this issue of domestic coordination. So how do you make sure that all the government ministries and departments, not only the ones related to security, are on board? And I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Prokopenko from Ukraine. Do you hear us? Do you see us?
Yes.
And I really hope that next time we will be discussing this issue, this will be already in Ukraine after you win the war, and we will be able to gather in Kyiv or elsewhere. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for organization of such an event, and thank you for your warm words. and for all the support. The Czech Republic support Ukraine in countering Russia aggression, both in cyber domain and in other domains. I'm Serhii Prokopenko. I'm working as the National Cybersecurity Coordination Center. We are responsible for several directions. It is formation and implementation of the National Cybersecurity Strategy. It is analysis of existing and emerging cyber threats and building public-private partnership and international cooperation. I want to say some words about our experience in the war and in cyber war that we have now in Ukraine with Russia. We already started to learn more and to study this cyber conflict in more details. And in that way, we already defined several stages. And the first one, it was overall preparation, and we see that it began at the autumn of last year, so it is September, October of 2021, when all our public entities, all our agencies, private sector began to see more and more cyber attacks. And we see that they were coordinated in some way, because some information from and experience from successful attacks on our infrastructure were used to attack other organizations. Then in the beginning of this year, in January, we saw a huge cyber attack on our public entities. It was attacked more than 20 ministries and other organizations. They were defaced. We called that operation Bleeding Bear operation, and for us it was training or exercises for Russia state hackers. But also we see that in that operation they used all available human resources because we see the tactics and what is done inside the networks after the hacking or intrusion were done by different commands, but by different teams, and depending on their level of learning the tools or depending on their experience of intrusions, they do different things being inside the network. So we understand that it was like exercises where different group of hackers worked in teams to under the coordination of one or several entities to have a target Ukrainian entities. Then the most probably and very intensive phase were about 10 days before the physical intrusion. It was from 15 to 24 February, where it was like an ideal storm for cybersecurity. Probably all organizations that have any size of networks in Ukraine were attacked with different methods. They used everything they have and from DDoS attacks to starting a huge campaign of software that erases the data. So the main idea behind that, it was to destroy all our digital infrastructure. Then, during the invasion and several days after that, we have the same intensity of attacks, but they became slower and slower. And there were some factors that affected. One of them, it was because of evacuation. A lot of organizations need to shut down their services temporarily to move them in more physically safe locations. Another very important factor that influenced the situation were response from cyber volunteers who became give services for support of Ukrainian infrastructure and say to counterattack Russian infrastructure. And we understand that it was absolutely unpredicted by Russia, and they don't have enough resources to protect their own infrastructures. So they need to share resources between attack and defense, and so the level of attacks, the level of intensity of attacks has lowered. And probably the several months after that, till the end of till the beginning of this autumn, they work in a, say, not very intense way, probably, but they do attack public administration. They do attack our critical infrastructures, but the intensity of such those attacks was not enough to give us a fail. But also I should mention that several last months we have a situation when they shift the focus of their attacks from public entities, from state organizations to public sector, to transportation, to telecom sector. And also it is very interesting that they are targeted mostly now among others IT outsourcing companies and software developers. You know, Ukraine, we are one of the leaders in software development services. So they are targeting such companies, both Ukrainian and international, in order, we understand, to have access to their networks, have access to their products, and use strategic supply chain attacks. What are the lessons learned? Very important is coordination and cooperation with private sector, because without that it is impossible to build a resilient cybersecurity in a country. Also, it is very important to understand that if we want to counter such offensive actions, we need not to respond just incident by incident. We need to understand that there are some infrastructures that are used by adversaries on a constant manner, and we need to find ways to make these infrastructures not operating. It may be sanctions or any other mechanism, but without that, for me, it is impossible to efficiently counter the modern cyber threats. It is also connected to, say, ransomware threats, because usually we divide ransomware and state-sponsored attacks, but we see that Russia efficiently use both these tools to hack and to destroy infrastructures or to have some damage to them. So many ransomware groups have Russian hackers or Russian organizers inside, and we understand that all the information from ransomware attacks comes to intelligence. So it is reused, and we can't divide this like before, that we have cyber criminals and it is police, and we have APT groups and the security service. So we need to improve, respond to such attacks. This is probably the main words that I wanted to say on opening. Thank you again, and I'm ready to answer any question.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Commission has the floor. Raluca, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here, and I'm sorry I could not be there in person. I'm also glad to share the panel with colleagues from Sweden, from Georgia and Ukraine, because we are really learning a lot also from them. My name is Raluca Stefanuc. I am a lawyer. I am a team leader covering in particular cybersecurity policies and more specifically regulatory framework at EU level on cybersecurity and legislative projects, working for Director General Connect in the Commission. I will try to present a bit an overview of what we have more relevant in terms of cybersecurity regulatory framework and strategic framework as well, with some focus on how we cover public administration at EU level, at least from the point of view of the legislative framework. In December 2020, at EU level, we have adopted a new strategy on cybersecurity for the digital decade, where a number of priorities were set in certain number of pillars, let's say directions of actions from the EU side. One concerned resilience, technical sovereignty, and leadership. This also includes the sorts of regulatory projects that I will talk about. Another pillar of our strategy concerned the capacity building, so support for capacity building for various actors for prevention, detection, deterring, and responding to cyber incidents. And finally, another pillar of the strategy concerned the global side and open cybersecurity space promotion from the European side, but also the EU as a trendsetter, let's say, in the worldwide on cybersecurity. I will talk more specifically from this strategy about a specific regulatory framework that is in place at the EU level now that is more relevant also for public administration. So it's a directive that sets at EU level a high common level of cybersecurity for network and information system, as we call it, NIS directive, which has been recently reviewed. And which is about to enter into force. So now we are in the final stages of the legislative process for the reviewed NIS framework, which raises the bar higher at EU level in terms of cybersecurity requirements for all entities that are active in sectors or are providing services which are considered key for the economy or for the societies in Europe. So the scope of the new directive will be very wide, covering sectors from the traditional ones like energy, transport, which is also the case for the current framework that we have at EU level, but also digital infrastructure providers, including cloud providers, manufacturers, so suppliers of water supply and so on. So there's very wide sectors are covered. It covers both public and private companies, which will be subject to a number of obligations of the sort of cybersecurity risk management obligations. So they will be obliged, as they are today for a more reduced scope, let's say, to have in place cybersecurity risk management measures of the sort of having the capacity and also carrying out risk assessment when it comes to cybersecurity, having business continuity plans in place, incident handling procedures and capabilities. And they will also be obliged to report significant incidents to the relevant cybersecurity authorities in the EU. And more specifically to the national one in the member states. The directive on NIS provides also today, but also in this reviewed form, even in a reinforced manner, also forms of cooperation among the national member states' cybersecurity authorities, and also cooperation from more operational authorities like the Computer Security Incidents Response Team, the CESIRTs, and also has a number of provision of international cooperation. Just to say in this context that we are also, in particular with Ukraine, we are also having a EU-Ukraine cyber dialogue, which is this year at its second edition, so second cyber dialogue event that just took place in September. And where we are looking in particular also of more operational cooperation and cooperation, for example, of the Ukrainian authorities also with the EU Cybersecurity Agency and ESA, but also the network of CSIRTs that we have in the EU. So to have a sort of a more, let's say, learning process and exchange of practical experience at operational level. What the revision of this framework brings new, among other things, it's also the fact that it will cover, for the first time in the EU, public administration. So it will cover public administration entities at central and also at regional level. This was a very important addition that the review of this directive brought at EU level. And we have also analyzed it also on the Commission side when we also made a proposal of how important it is to cover not only companies, private or public, but also public administration, which establishes a high number of interdependencies with all the key sectors of the economy and society. Public administration entities act as regulators, they act as enforcers, as supervisors of these sectors, but also providers of services. We have also looked in particular at data that have shown that authorities at central and regional level in Europe and not only are quite exposed to cyber attacks, and they are also, especially at regional level, among the entities that are least prepared to handle cyber attacks or have the least capacity, let's say, administrative or other, in terms of skills to handle cyber attacks. There were some worldwide famous by now cyber attacks that show how detrimental it can be that a public administration is not prepared to face such attacks. So one very big and famous incident that you are well aware of is the SolarWinds attack, which took place in 2020. It is an attack that targeted actually a company that was providing IT support services, IT monitoring to a very wide base of customers, including government agencies. so that the attack was allegedly performed also with the support of a state actor, and it consisted in introducing malicious code in updates, and then more than 18,000 customers were affected worldwide. Quite a number of government agencies, especially in the US, including Pentagon and very important other agencies in the energy security sector and other. So that shows what kind of widespread consequences one would have if also public administration is not well covered, and if supply chain security is not efficient enough. Also in Europe, we had many examples, unfortunately, of cyber attacks recently, not only at central government levels, but also at regional levels. Just to give some examples, in the summer of 2021, there was an attack on a county in the east of Germany, Anhalt-Bitterfeld, where a state of emergency was declared, and for almost half a year, and social security payments could no longer be made due to a ransomware attack. Then the city of Thessaloniki in Greece, which is the second largest city in Greece, was also the victim of a cyber attack in 2021. And it was forced at the time to shut down all public-facing services for over 1 million citizens. Again, it was a ransomware attack, and the consequences were quite serious at the level of that municipality. Another example of a cyber attack at regional level in Europe was one that took place also in 2021 in an Italian region, Lazio, where cyber criminals shut down IT systems that were hosting the COVID-19 vaccine schedule application for that region, and that was also out of functioning for a number of weeks at the time. So this is just to say that indeed the consequences can be quite substantial of not being able to prevent any exploitable vulnerabilities, let's say, in the systems, but also to respond properly to cyber attacks. And that is why in the review of this EU framework that covers the protection of network and information system, we are now including public administration at central level and also at regional level, subject to a risk assessment that will be conducted by the member states if they found a certain criticality criteria for those regions to be covered. And also it will be in the member states' discretion to apply these requirements on cybersecurity at EU level also for local administration. And finally, to be quite short, because I understand that time is limited, I would just mention also another legislative initiative which is currently, it's quite important for supply chain security in general, that the Commission has just proposed, and that is now in discussion with the Member States and the Parliament on what we call the legislative process with the co-legislator. A Cyber Resilience Act, which is a proposal for a regulation that would introduce cybersecurity requirements of products with digital elements, meaning all hardware and software. The main idea of that would be that all these products that would access the European market would have to be compliant with cybersecurity requirements of the sort of having cybersecurity in the design, development and production of these products. So what we call in the cyber community cybersecurity by design and by default. And also a number of requirements that are linked to the security support provided for these products after they are placed on the market, including security updates or handling vulnerabilities which are exploitable. Why this is so important? Because as you could see also from the some examples that I gave before, including the SolarWinds example, oftentimes cyber criminals actually use vulnerability in these products, and in particular software that goes either with hardware or standalone software of the sort of mobile app, operating system, or any other sort. And it is very difficult also for entities that have, including at European level with this NIS directive, they will have obligations to ensure security of supply chain. But nevertheless, no matter what condition one imposes in contracts or other procurement, it is very difficult to ensure that the products that are being supplied of the sort of software, including for the use of public administration, are secure. So obliging the manufacturers and developers of these products who want to access the European market to ensure that these products are cyber secure from the very beginning, from their making, and also to provide the security support for the lifetime of these products. I think it's absolutely key to ensure security of supply chain. And in this regard, the proposal that the Commission has made and will now being discussed, it's also a kind of first-timer worldwide for such a wide market and for imposing mandatory requirements for such a wide range of products, which basically are all connectable products. So this is all from my side. I would really be happy if there would be time to also engage with any other questions or the fellow panelists. And thank you again for the invitation, for being here.
Thank you very much. And we have some 10 minutes left maximum. And I see there is one question online, right? And do you have questions on the audience? Yes. Do we have a mic? Yes. Yeah. So, yeah. So so the gentleman here, please, and we'll start with the online question, right?
Can we show the online question?
Can we see the Slido? Okay.
It's not the right one. It's here on the computer. Maybe I can read it. It's a question going towards the Georgia. How difficult was to define the vector of the attack of the Georgia security, and is it possible to rate international cooperation in this field?
Thank you. As I mentioned during my presentation, it's technically pretty much complicated to attribute. It's technically hard when the attacker is, they are also sophisticated enough to hide the origin of attack. So they are using all these different VPNs, etc. So we're using for this purpose not only our resources, but partnership with our strategic partners, including United States. And for a number of cases, we said with a high probability and high assurance, we provided public with information that those attacks were originated from Russia, and they were not only originated from Russia, but they were backed by Russian state actors. And for this purpose, I think that the international cooperation is a key, because no matter how advanced the country is in cyber defense, and many Western countries are pretty much on the front edge of this cyber defense, and they are impressively, I've been in communications with them, and they are impressively, very impressively highly capable, but unless the countries cooperate and unless the countries provide some sharing of information, even for very much advanced countries, it's very time and energy and resource consuming to, at minimum, to attribute, not only to attribute, but then later to response and to mitigate and to avoid all these attacks. So Georgia is, for Georgian side, we are not only strengthening our own national defense, but we are actively cooperating with international partners, and primarily with Western strategic partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the question from the audience, please.
Thank you. Actually, I would like to comment a little feed in to the security situation in Europe. So I'm from the Republic of Moldova, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and European Integration. And to speak a little bit about the situation, what is going on as of 24th of September, after 24th of February in our country. So practically Moldova is the only non-EU country that is most affected by the war, which is unjust war that is going on in the country of our friends and neighbors, Ukraine. So from the perspective of our country, something like 600,000 people, so Ukrainians, fleeing from war, have transited the Republic of Moldova, and something like around 90,000 are still present in the Republic of Moldova. So from our side, it was a big effort, and we continue to have this effort, but we support fully our neighbors and friends, Ukraine. But along with all these developments, there are also consequences that come towards the Republic of Moldova. These consequences are of security nature, are of economic nature, and in this sense. So if we speak of economic figures, so the idea is the following. So we have an inflation rate which is 35%. Transit routes, transport routes were discontinued. I don't speak about agriculture and export, import, that is another aspect. Financial revenues, that is also an important decrease in this field. From the security point of view, so we should not forget that we have the so-called Transnistrian region that is also in Moldova, which is a black hole for Europe at the border of Europe, and there are a lot of risks related to Transnistria, to the fact that a big quantity of people are transiting, are passing the border, and let's not forget that all the situation is also linked with attacks of hybrid and cyber nature. Another aspect that is needed to be pointed out is related to the internal situation, and here I speak about the fact that in Moldova we have opposition which is pro-Russian and which also promotes protests. Some think they are unjust and unjustified, but that is what we have. From our perspective, the appeal is to our partners, to EU and to other international development partners, is to support Ukraine, because by supporting Ukraine, at least from our perspective, they also ensured that Russia doesn't go further. Just to point a couple of seconds, another aspect. In all this situation, we live in a totally different world. So now with these developments, so we made the bold step together with Ukraine and Georgia to apply for membership. So we got the candidate status. We've also scaled up our cooperation with the EU on different levels. So we, as Moldova, we launched a new format of cooperation which is called the high-level strategical dialogue and security, which is and also with cyber we have a couple of projects also that are ongoing. So my message is, even if it's difficult for Ukraine, for us, for Georgia, so we also are committed to push reforms and to get closer to EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can assure you of the full support of the Czech EU presidency and the EU, and we understand that your situation is also pretty difficult. Second, I think it's important to understand that now some of you have the European perspective or membership perspective, so there will be some process and maybe some benefits within the process of enlargement, maybe some funds, etc. And we will really make sure that this is a success, but also reforms will be needed. And I see one more question on the screen. Is cyber protection of critical infrastructure sufficient? Several attacks, exempli gratia, on hospitals, etc. Is someone willing to answer or comment? Yeah.
I can comment.
Sorry, just a few words. So definitely it's enough, never is enough. So we are talking about risk management. So we cannot avoid attack on hospitals or any critical infrastructure. We simply can harden our defenses, not to be soft targets. So it's just a matter, for at least our point of view, it's just a matter of risk management. We cannot want 100% assure the protection, but if we have walls high enough and thick enough of protections, then we will be more protected in every direction, including cyber. Thank you.
Yes. So, quick question, please. Wait for the microphone, please, because of the translation.
Thank you. My question is to David. I just want to ask you about your experience and statistics and takeaways from your experience with Russian cyber attacks. So, overseeing what has happened and what's continuing, what you see as the biggest threat, the attacks that used some, vulnerabilities, and under vulnerabilities, I mean, like a wide meaning of that word, like either non-sufficient, resilience of infrastructure, or the attacks that have been executed using the insiders, because that's another thing that is completely uncovered right now, or at least I haven't heard anything where we mentioned that kind of threat, because I believe that, at least according to my guess, that's another second huge piece that we are not prepared. And that's like a picture that been shown in the beginning, where the knight fully armored, and then he was struck by an arrow. So that's kind of thing that, we might secure our infrastructure, protect it, but when we have a person, an insider that baked by Russia, and that undermining our, security efforts, our effort might be just, meaningless.
Thank you. I understand the time limit. So, being in communication with many European partners, so pretty much often I hear from them that the most widespread problem right now in problem is ransomware. So, pretty much often people talk about ransomware. In our cases, the most problem is DDoS attacks. DDoS attacks that are disrupting the effectiveness and efficiency of our networks. And we had not that many cases about the insider attacks. We totally understand that there might be ongoing cyber espionage operations that we might be not aware of, that's why they are called espionage. But the key and the most widespread that we at least observe in Georgia right now in this period, for 2 years, 3 years, are mostly DDoS attacks that are pretty much often, and phishing attacks as well, or spear phishing, is targeting some special organizations or special individuals. But this phishing is not only we divide it in either cybersecurity or cybercrime. So cybercrime is more related to crime side, and phishing comes to both sides, and phishing comes more on cybercrime. On cybersecurity, national cybersecurity level, we are more facing right now, and we are aware that it might change, but right now it's DDoS attacks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you wait for the next panel, or is it related to the? So please.
Thank you. It will be a short question also to Georgia, because now at the governmental level we have a great discussion about the National Digital Agency, and I saw that it's one part of your infrastructure already. So my question is, how long does it exist in Georgia, National Digital Agency, and what main competencies does it have?
Very much never expected to be a star responder of this conference. But thank you very much for that attention to Georgia coming to this question. So we, as I mentioned, we have different agencies in Georgia. One of them is the Digital Governance Agency, so-called DGA, use this abbreviation. So DGA is some moderation of earlier agency. We used to have a data exchange agency in Georgia, and then it was merged with different agencies. So digital DGA is about 2 years old, and their main competencies is to work with public awareness raising, provision of educational courses to not only public, but for not only to society, but to public as well. So we often talk about public-private partnership in public meaning governmental side. And digital DGA is very much active, providing the some software solutions. So basically DGA, so we have DGA, we have security agency that is more, security guys. So security agency is more in charge of governmental organizations' internal security and digital security. So, and DGA is more civilian side of digital and cybersecurity, and definitely we have defense infrastructure. So DGA is really very much like a pillar of Georgian cybersecurity and digital development process, and we are in close communication and also on daily communication, and unfortunately we do not have the representative here, but if you have something to say to them, I'm rather happy to convey all these messages. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I had that question, and I will be happy to hear the answer in the next panels about the balance between security and digitalization, for instance, in the case of elections processes. So I'll be happy to hear in the next panels. I'd like to thank our speakers both here and online. Thank you very much. And before we end, many thanks to the interpreters. And the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And before we go to coffee break, and I do hope that you will excuse us for extending into the coffee break. We were afraid this will happen, but it's very hard to interrupt interesting presentations and discussions. And we do still have some questions in Slido, so we will take them in the discussion panel. But before we go to break, I'll ask Mr. Tomáš Müller, who will very shortly introduce the innovative technology from the Optokon company, which will be presenting in the foyer, so you can take a look at it later on.
So, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished guests. My name is Tomáš Müller, and I am a representative of Optokon company, which is a partner of today's conference. It will be my pleasure to introduce you to our company and say a few sentences about our security challenges. For those of you who don't know Optokon, on this slide you can see the key data of Optokon, which was established in 1991 and since 2011 has been purely Czech company with own production program with the focus or dedicated in secured infrastructure projects with the focus on both civilian and military segments. Our national and international cooperation is primarily based on cooperation of our branch offices, which we have around the world, and on cooperation with our partners, which is important for sharing of ideas, sharing of experience, and mutual inspiration. I can say that we are open for further international cooperation because, in my opinion, cooperation is important everywhere, but very important cooperation is just in area of security, and critical important cooperation in this current very difficult and complicated security situation in Europe and in the world. Our security challenges are more and more and will be more and more related to our new data center Vysočina, which will be opened during this autumn. We take data center Vysočina not only as an environment for provisioning of data center services or secure-based solutions as a service, but as well as a suitable environment for demonstration of new ideas or up-to-date technologies of our development or of development of our partners. And we are aware of the fact that we need to discuss and think about current security but as well as about secure future. That's why our further topic and target is to build in our data center an environment for realization regional educational programs with specialization on young generation, with the target to be motivated, to be interested in IT and cyber security, they to be prepared for their probably not easy security challenges and tasks. We take this activity as a social responsibility of our company. That is my last slide. I would like to invite you to our stand where my colleague is ready to show you some samples of our production program and samples of our solutions. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to wish you a successful conferencing day full of new ideas and inspiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and once again, thanks to Optokon company for being a partner of the conference. And now I invite you to refresh yourselves in the foyer. Sorry once again for cutting down the coffee break, but I'm sure that you're used to it at the conferences. That's what happens. It's paid off by interesting presentations and discussions. And we will meet back at 11:15 for session 2. Thank you very much. So we will start. I will ask the presenters to come forward and introduce them before the individual presentations. The moderator or the host of this session is Ms. Andrea Kropáčová from CESNET, which is the Association of Czech Universities of the Czech Republic and Czech Academy of Sciences. Then we have Mr. Martin Kunc from the Computer Security Incident Response Team of the Czech Republic. We have Franck Olivier, perfect, the Digital Project Manager of the Grand Est region from France. Thank you very much. Then we have Mr. Radko Krkoš from the Computer Emergency Response Team from CESNET, from Czech Republic. We have Mr. Tonu Tamer from the Computer Emergency Response Team from Estonia. Thank you for being here. Mr. Jakub Urbanec from Trend Micro Company from Czech Republic. And last but not least, Mr. Ondřej Nekováš. I don't see him yet, but I know he's here. Mr. Ondřej Nekováš. He's from the State Treasury Shared Services Center of the Czech Republic. So hopefully he will join us. Maybe later. So I give the word over to Andrea Kropáčová.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I would like to repeat that I represent here a CESNET company, which is operator of Czech National and Research Network. I'm very proud to moderate this section, which is about threats and trends in the area of cybersecurity. I think that we have a very well-balanced program which covers all important aspects of cybersecurity, which are resilience, cooperation, technical skills, technical processes, and I hope that all the speakers will give us a very interesting information during their speech, and I would like to ask the first one, Martin Kunc, who is representative of National CESIRT team of the Czech Republic. The floor is yours.
Yes. Okay, hello. My name is Martin Kunc. I'm security analyst at CESNET-CERTS. CESNET runs a national CSIRT team, CERT.CZ, and CESNET itself is a .CZ domain registry. We have many open source projects, Bird, which is routing daemon, Knot, which is DNS server, and resolver, thread, and tourist. You may know the router probably. So, I'll start again. I'm here to talk about how we hunted DGA botnets. And just a bit of recap. Botnet is a large group of computers which are generally operated by attackers. And in order for them to operate a large group of computers, they need a command and control server, which is a regular server to which the bots connect, and the attacker can command them whatever he wants the bots to do. From the CERT team perspective, there was an evolution over the period of time. At first, the command and control servers were run, or the botnets were directed to the IP address, which is, from today's perspective, very easy to block. You just write the necessary authority that is responsible for such IP block, and they can do something with it. Later on, the attackers moved to using domains, which is slightly more difficult to block, even for us as a .CZ registry. It's not that easy to completely block a domain. And when they moved further on to DGA domains, this became very difficult to take down an entire botnet. There are, of course, other channels, but for the sake of short period of time, let's not discuss them today. So, what is the DGA? DGA is domain generating algorithm, which is something the botnets use today, and it generates random string of characters based on time, and at certain point of time the botnet will try to connect to that domain, and it doesn't matter if it's registered or not, it will just try to connect to that domain. So if the attacker wants to do something with the botnet, they will know in advance what kind of address they will need to register, and when they register it and the botnet connects to the server, they can command the botnet to do whatever they want to. The DGA is often unique per botnet, so in order to know what the next address will be, you need to reverse it or have an infected computer and possibly set the clock to the future. That way you can tell what the next address or what the future address of the DGA will be. And so the DGA domains are used by the bots to communicate or to connect with the command and control server. And there was a question, are there any DGA domains in .CZ domain? And it was asked by my colleague Maciej Jadzinski, who is working closely with the statistical data what we have. And it was quite an interesting question because we have 54 million of distinct domains queries daily, even though that we have only 1.3 million domains, Czech domains registered in the whole registry. So he built an n-gram-based DGA domain classifier, which is basically a machine learning algorithm, and he was able to tell, for him to be able to tell if there are any domains, such domains in the .CZ registry. Here are some examples. As you can tell, it's not that hard to tell that something is probably a DGA domain, because it's not like shop CZ, it's some random characters. And as you can see, there are only spikes in certain times, so that's just the moment where the botnet tries to connect there, and then it goes on to use another domain. This is enhanced view of such domain. At the bottom line, you can see the timeline, so there is still some time we have to catch the domain if we know about it. So that was our plan. We need to register a DGA domain. So at the start, when we discover something, we think that it's a DGA domain, and the domain is free, I mean not registered, we can register it to ourselves. We can point that domain towards our server, and we can see how many computers will try to connect. But then you also need something the bots will connect to, and at that point, since we don't know what kind of botnet it is, we don't know the protocol it uses to communicate and to update the bots. There I used something called InetSim, which is quite often used for malware analysis. It's a software that tries to emulate most of well-known services like web, email, FTP, SSH, etc., etc. So we used this to our server where we pointed the newly registered domain, and to be sure we also had the packet capture as a backup. So on 16th of November we registered and detected the DJ domain naqscsz.cz. We had our InetSim server ready, packet capture running, and team was waiting and expecting if something will actually happen or not. And then the HTTPS traffic started coming. You don't need to read it. That's just for the imagination how it looked for us. That's a log of the Nginx server we actually use for the HTTPS in front of the InetSim itself. And if you see the red line is the most common thing we saw. And by that we were able to tell we caught a QSnatch botnet, which was already well known and documented, but we could see that it was still running and it was trying to connect to our server. This information is actually from the CERT team of United States. They wrote a really nice piece of information about that. As you may know, QNAP is a vendor of network-attached storages. So just a few pictures as an example. So it can be really bad if you have malware like QSnatch residing on your network-attached storage, because then the attacker can easily access all your data which is stored there, unless they are encrypted, of course. So our result. We got 4,028 unique IP addresses over the course of 2 hours, I believe. They belong to 726 networks per autonomous systems, of course, and it was from 90 countries. Since we are a Czech national CSIRT team, we are quite used to send more information or receive information from other teams. We used the abuse contact of each IP address. If we didn't know or we were not familiar with their team, if we were, we used 56 national governmental CSIRT teams' addresses. So we send them bulk information and in order for them to perceive and to set the next steps. For those IP addresses we didn't have any contact, we use 597 addresses as their abuse contacts. Our future steps are to automate the whole thing. We already easily can detect the DJ domains. We have our servers still ready, but we are still working on the domain registration, which is not tested, but hopefully soon enough. And to analyze further results we'll get and automate the mailing of the results we get. We believe this is really beneficial for all of us, and hopefully we'll get some amazing results in the future. That's all for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
I must say that you were quite quick with your presentation, so I have one question for you.
Okay.
How big piece represents this project in the whole area of cybersecurity at the national CSIRT team of the Czech Republic?
I'm not sure if I can easily follow your question. So you mean how much time it took us?
Yeah,
or?
how much time, how many persons is involved in this?
Okay, so from National CSIRT team, I was the only person that was involved. We have 2 or 3 other people from the labs department of CZNIC. And from my perspective, from a National CSIRT team point of view, it was really a small piece, but very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Very helpful.
I think so.
Okay, thank you very much. The decision is that the questions globally will be answered after the section, so I would like to thank you again, and I would like to invite a second speaker, Franck Olivier.
Hi to everyone. My presentation will be less technical, mostly the less technical one of the panel, but I think it's important. First of all, what is Grand Est region? Grand Est region is a region we start in Champagne territory, I think everyone knows it, and ends in the Rhine River border with Germany. As you see, it's a big region even for France, with 5.5 million inhabitants, and a GDP which is almost the same as Hungary. But this is a region, this is not a local authority, so in matters of cyber response, it will be important to keep in mind. In France, we don't have regional figures for trends or cybersecurity trends yet. But what we see is cyber attacks still rising, as everywhere, with 30% growth between 2020 and 2021. The professionalization of attackers, like ransomware on demand and so on. The exploitation of zero-day vulnerabilities, including the global one we touch, like Log4j or MS Exchange. And the first thing we think it's important, it impacts all public, even small territory, small enterprise, small territories. Hospital, obviously, we told about earlier, but no one was spared. It's really important for us. And in 2022, what we see is a growth of malware, but in IoT malware, and it's new for us. And we are an industrial region, so for us it's something to really keep in mind. How France is organized? Clearly, there is, as everywhere, a state-level responsibility. For those who don't know, ANSSI is a national cybersecurity agency. It's almost 400 people in Paris, essentially. They deal with the CERT.EE, and they operate the operator of essential services under the NES directive. The Commission spoke before. Cybermalveillance is the online cybersecurity portal which is only dedicated to citizens or to really small enterprise. We have no information system. Obviously, law enforcement for the judiciarization of the process, and I don't mention it because it's not our field of responsibility, but obviously cyber defense is of state responsibility. But why do we make a CSIRT, a regional CSIRT? To fill in the gap in the matrix. As we saw, OES are deal with ANSSI, general public is dealt with, but what about SME, local authorities, NGO, and so on? Before the project of regional CSIRT, they were let in the market. It was only market who could address them. So we decide with the NC to launch regional CSIRT. But there are specific CSIRT because we have thousands or even tens of thousands of potential beneficiaries. We don't know those beneficiaries before. We don't know them. We don't know about their information system. So the solution was to connect victims with private, pre-reference security solution providers. So what would be a regional CSIRT? It would be a hotline to qualify incidents, and help to file complaints and gather statistics and be able to to have finally some regional data, because we don't have them yet. As I said, we are work in progress. Our CESIRT is planned to open in February 2023. What is our perspective? It's to be flexible. We have some friends from the French region who have already launched there, and we see that we need communication. There is no an overlapping demands on those sides. So we think we just have to start with small teams to anticipate the remediation capability with the referencements of our providers, and to start with just an opening with working hours. But we are supported by HANSI, and we are weekly dialogues with other CSIRT, other regional CSIRT, and we will have to be connected to the InterCERT. So in matters of exchange of data, I think we will be a good providers. Now I would like to see how is our view to integrate a CSIRT in the cybersecurity policy. As you can see, we have already launched a support pathway to cybersecurity enhancement for enterprise. HANSI deals with the local authority, so it's been handled. We are at start. We are developing an initiative to develop cybersecurity solution providers like a think tank, regional think tank, and help them to foster, to be more innovative, to work with academic labor. And first thing, which are the primary problem for us, is the availability of cyber skills. We don't have enough technicians, we don't have enough engineers, we don't have enough doctors in matter of cybersecurity. So we have to deal with it. And as we are connect with 4 countries, we have border with 4 countries, this domain of availability has to be think in a trans-border way. I would like to focus on the Campus Cyber, which is a French initiative, which is quite innovative, I think. This is a public-private initiative at the national level. The idea was to gather whole cybersecurity players in one place. This place is a building next to Paris La Défense. It's more than 1,000 cyber professionals which are in the building at the same time, and they crush each other and they hit with each other at the restaurant. And thing is to foster innovation, to foster exchange, to foster cooperation with whole kind of a stakeholder in cybersecurity, school, enterprise, public administration, and so on. And maybe the new and the most original one is the creation of cybersecurity commons under this Campus Cyber. But the Campus Cyber, they saw also that how do we get to the last mile in cybersecurity? Fact is, they have to be present at a regional event. So they ask us, they made a call and they asked us, could you respond and could you do a regional Campus Cyber? And so as you see, the thing is not to be the same thing that's in Paris. We don't want to have one building. It's not operational. What we do want is to engage sub-regional players on the field. We want to adapt the Campus Cyber like polycentrism building, more than one. We want to use the cybersecurity command on the field and ensure the overall consistency of all regional initiatives under this umbrella, we could say that. The last thing I would like to focus is we still have on the ground, for many regional companies or even administration, the thing that cybersecurity is a technical matter. And if you have the strongest wall, we speak about wall earlier, but if you have the strongest wall, it's okay. We are not agree with that because we think that there are no 100% bulletproof system, and we have to prepare. Everybody must be prepared to the impact of a successful attack. The region has been attacked. We solved the problem within a few days, but my colleagues, 2 years after, they still speak about this attack. So we have to prevent, to accompany people who are under attack. And when we say people, it's everybody. Salary, obviously leaders. So we have to shift between from technical issue to overall commitments. And from a regional point of view, that means also to enlarge the connection between cybersecurity and other digital transformation policy we speak about earlier. Backup policy, cloud policy. Finally, digital transformation policy of our enterprise must be closely linked to our cybersecurity policy. And finally, cybersecurity is not an objective, an end. Cybersecurity for us is what? Is speak about reliability, confidence for our enterprise. How could they work together with trust? And finally, it's economic development for us. And that will be all for my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, a quick question for you. Yeah. How many people is involved in this project, or was in the beginning and is now?
For the CESIRT species, we are 2 at first. They will be launched with 4 people, and the estimation is to go to 6 in the first year, with 2 managers, 4 operatives. But it depends. It really depends. We are on it's a brand new stage for us and for the NC, because we have, I would say, 160,000 enterprises in the region, plus 5,000 local authorities. So we don't know. We are really in the cloud. Let's say we are in the cloud, and we adjust.
So congratulations, interesting project and a lot of work ahead of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Radko Krkoš to have a presentation about CESNET-CERTS.
Hello, I'm Radko Krkoš. I'm from CESNET-CERTS, and I'm supposed to talk to you about what we do there, how we do it, and some of the challenges that we are facing. Okay, so CESNET is the National Research and Education Network of the Czech Republic. For those who haven't heard it 2 times already today. We are running the communication infrastructure, that's the critical infrastructure that is all of the rest of the services depend on, and also other services like computation, data storage, and we actually do a lot of research. We were founded by universities and the Academy of Sciences of Czech Republic to do this kind of work for them, and we also serve hospitals, schools, public libraries, and such. The CESNET-CERTS team is taking care of the security for CESNET. So it's a computer security incident response team, and An autonomous system is an administrative region of Internet, as everyone knows, and in the eyes of the global security community, we are the point of first contact for two of them. Yeah? It's the CESNET communication infrastructure, that's our network, and also another one, which is Vysočina region, also known as your surroundings now. And that's why I'm talking about this here today. We have 13 team members, which looks like not that bad, but several of those are only part-time, and several have special roles and cannot dedicate much time to our day-to-day activities. First and foremost, it's our leader, Andrea Kopachova, who is the host today. What's important is the building of the community of the CERT teams. For this, there's a trusted introducer of Task Force CERT, and we are listed there as the first team in Czech Republic since 2004, and accredited also as the first team in Czech Republic since 2008. There is also a certification, and all information about us can be found on the website, the trusted introducer. So what do we really do? So our main focus is incident handling and coordination of incident handling. Also, we are taking care of the information security management system and legislative conformance for CESNET. For incident handling, you have to first detect. You can also receive the reports from outside, but you also have to detect the events and security landscape in your own way. So we run quite a lot of tools for this. We also do a lot of development. This is not because we like to develop software or tools, but we are quite often unable to find the tools that we actually need. Most of the tools I'll be presenting here today are quite old. They started 15 years ago, and there really was not anything that could support us. So we had to start developing it. We also run support services, and a very important part is training, publication, and knowledge transfer, mostly to other teams or other cooperation partners, but also inside the team. How does the incident handling look? We have a two-tier architecture. We have a point of first contact, which is a service desk with 24/7 runtime. It also handles some low-severity incidents like handling spam, confident infringements, backscatter, and such. They are always working according to a cookbook. It's a kind of work that is mechanical, but still needs some interaction from an operator. Otherwise, we would automate it. Yeah, and this team solves some of the incidents and escalates the others. Mainly to our main team, the CESNET-CERTS, which does the analysis of the incidents and the full handling with coordination, lens planning, execution, and also advises, because a lot of time we are asked about how to best solve some issue. Our detection is based on security events. In the network we are running, we detect about 2 million of these per day. That's a huge number, and it has to be somehow automated. It includes events like someone attempted a login somewhere, brute force attack on passwords or something like that. And from this number, we distill it to to a much smaller number. And at any time, at the search team, we are handling about 20 to 30 incidents. Those are open and being actively worked on. For these numbers, automation is a must. But not only in the event collection, but we also need to automate the defense, because with an ongoing attack, the time to react is quite low, and we need to, the network needs to be ready to protect itself before an operator is able to perform all the duties that has to be done. So we also automate the defenses. We have quite a few systems for that, but all of this is available for a human review and can be called back later. Sometimes we do have false positives in this. But it's a matter of viewpoint. If some legitimate application is written so poorly that it imitates an attack, and our tools find it as an attack, then at least it's a signal to the implementer of the application that it should be somehow fixed. The event collection and processing is done by Mentad, our tool, which generates reports. This is an example of a report that is sent to our customers or the other or the administrators, but also for us. And it contains, in a digital form, the information that is useful to identify the incident and act on it to mitigate. Also, in addition to processing of events, visualization is an important part. So, how do you spot an attack? So, this is a kind of DDoS attack. So, the blue bars are traffic anomalies detected by our probes, and if you look down there, those are not some rendering artifacts. That's the baseline. So this is an enormous attack. So this is quite easily visible, and you would definitely see it in the network. Of course, we have the mitigation and the automatic mitigation did work, so we can graph this using our tools, but we were not affected much. So the detection is, of course, before the mitigation, because otherwise we would see nothing. We also need to monitor the landscape. So this is the infrastructure. So that's a map of Czech Republic and a map of our network and map of our probes. I'm quite happy that the map is detailed enough that Telč, where we are now, is also there. We have a node there, and the map shows all the except for the yellow circles. Those are honeypots, and they're hidden. Obviously, if you tell the world where your honeypots are, you won't be able to use it effectively. But we are generally running probes on all our nodes and collecting information from there. When that information is collected based on NetFlow protocol, in this case, we can use that in the incident handling. For example, here we can see a vulnerable host that has an open SOX proxy, and it's confirmed, as you see down there, that there is communication against that host and the ports. So, or in this case, you see communication back to some attacker. So the proxy is responding, and this is obviously a vulnerability. It can be used for stealth scans and such things. Another tool we have developed in-house is passive DNS. This is not a concept we have developed, but the tools available were not good enough for us, so we had to do it ourselves again. It's a system that provides a history of DNS transactions. So you can record all the transactions in DNS that the users are doing, and then you can look for a specific mapping of IP addresses and names at a point of time. This is very useful for incident handling, as you get the information quite some time later, and you need to know the mapping at exact the time when the incident did happen. Another good tool we have developed is a network entity reputation database. It collects data about particular IP addresses around the world and tries to calculate a probability. Well, it's basically this number in red. A probability that the node will act maliciously in foreseeable future. So on the right you can see current snapshot of the most probable offenders, and on the left it's details. So this is something that the incident handler is using during handling. Well, and what is this all good for? Or what challenge did we face? We had a good chance to test all these systems. We didn't have to even pay for that because we were offered this. We received this offer. Sorry. That someone will test our network for us. Unless we pay 1 Bitcoin, we didn't want to do that. Bitcoin was quite. This was about 2 years ago, and because it was at its peak then, so this was quite a lot of money. So the attacker wanted to basically destroy our network with 170 servers doing whatever amplification attack on our infrastructure, whole infrastructure. And he offered a demo running at the time when we received this email. So, we didn't even notice the demo at the time because the automated systems did catch up. But this is a good idea to test this. So. How do we handle this? We already have plans. We know how to do incident handling, and we have disaster recovery plans. We have experience, and this is quite normal for us. We also try to study and cooperate on gaining knowledge. We have reaction teams, we have communication schemes, so it should work. So we decided to put it under test, use the offer, do not pay, and see what will happen. And the email repeated in a few days, but either it was fake, the attacker didn't have resources really, or part of that was caught by our protection mechanism automated. But we think that this really the attacker didn't have the resource. This picture or this graph I borrowed from. There is the source. What which it should show is. This was attacks against Windows RDP, but it's not important. What it indicates is that when you expose a vulnerable service somewhere, the rate on the internet, the rate of attacks increases exponentially over time. So it's very important to act proactively. So that's something we are. Very much focused now is to mitigate the vulnerabilities or go after vulnerabilities much more intensely than before. We are very happy with our detection mechanisms for scans and such, because if you mitigate the scans before they get enough information, you make the attack harder for the attackers. You won't stop a determined attacker, but you will become almost invisible for those who just try and look for a random target. So we're now in a process of moving from a CSIRT to a full-blown security operations center. We identified the 4 basic pillars of this. There are many functions of a security operations center. They're defined by first document or such, but these are the main ones that we need to focus on. So the incident response handling, it always stood the test of anything that was put on it. So we are quite confident that we can do this quite good. The event collection and processing, we are quite happy with that, and we are trying to always improve that. So hence the tools and cooperation. But there are 2 parts that we need to build extensively. It's the cyber threat intelligence, the situation awareness. So we're now working on building a team for vulnerability monitoring and monitoring of threats. And there are advanced persistent threats, or also known as hacker groups, that are aiming at NRANs. So those are relevant for us. Others aiming at the hospitals, at a geopolitical region. And all this, for this we need to build some threat monitoring idea of all the threats that are there. Also, you need to know yourself in some words. So a security asset management, where you build a database of what you're running, what services, where, in what versions, and what are the vulnerabilities that might affect this, is important. Based on that, we can do threat modeling based on the vulnerabilities and the assets. We can do patch management, and we can try to minimize the attack surface. Well, with the attack surface, that's quite a common idea, or it's a good first step, but this needs to be communicated to the actual administrators. We are the security team, we're not the administrators or of the services themselves. And that's about what I wanted to talk to you about today, and I believe the questions are for later.
Thank you very much. You consumed your time, so I don't have a question for you. I must admit that for me it is always very interesting to hear from a member of my team to describe the CESNET-CERTS and the security area in CESNET, which I started 20 years ago. So thank you, you did it well. And in the discussion at the end of section, I hope you will have place to also discuss some interesting question. Now I would like to ask Tonu Tamer from CERT.EE to talk about current threats and trends. I must say that I have always considered CERT.EE to be a tiger in our area of cybersecurity, so I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you for the kind introduction. When I prepared the slides, I did not know that I have to sidestep them. As the first speaker, Martin, was talking about botnets, and in particular QSnitch, then it sparked something in my memory, which happens to be sometimes terribly good. And I remembered that we also had an experience with QSnitch, I think it was somewhere around February or March this year. So we were also able to generate a C2 that got attention from these vulnerable devices. we discovered that there were a little bit more than about 4,000, 5,000 vulnerable devices. So we had over 30,000 different devices that were desperately seeking for instructions. And we thought about that. We thought about, well, what could we do to help the world? We thought about the case from US, I think it was spring last year, where they went and with the help of Microsoft, they patched certain vulnerability on behalf of customers who did not really care to do it for themselves. It's a bad example because it cultivates this helplessness for the future, but nevertheless, we thought about that. We discussed this with our law enforcement colleagues, how could we do this? And then they said, do it through the vendor. Usually vendors, in their long list of what you never read, but you always agree or sign, you give them God knows what rights. So we reached out to QNAP. First of all, it was a nightmare. To get to someone who is actually understanding the issue, who is taking you seriously, who is understanding the concept, etc., that was really difficult. And secondly, when we reached them, we realized something. And that sad truth was that whoever built the botnet did a far better job than QNAP in terms of securing their handiwork. So when infecting the device was sadly made too easy from QNAP side, then eradicating the bot, because we had an access to C2, was virtually impossible. And that is why I am very happy that European Commission last week introduced a proposal for regulation to strengthen the IoT security, and hopefully with automatic updates that happen at the background, we can finally, when we learn of weaknesses, us as a consumers, we don't really need to worry. If this computer gets updated automatically, it's as safe from electrical viewpoint as it is from cyber viewpoint. And I did not prepare for this because I did not know Martin is going to give such a good presentation, but I thought this story will illustrate some of the things that we have experienced and the way we see world hopefully getting a little bit better in the future. So let's see if this, When we look at our threat landscape, this is probably not a secret that 3 people out of 4 who are behind different malicious activity are motivated by money. That means they do it because, well, they want to get rich, or this is their work, or you can name it however you want. But in any business, there is one rule that stays true irregardless of which field you work. And that is very simple. You invest small with a hope to earn big. I have yet to see a billionaire who invested a lot but made a very little profit. Those guys usually are the unicorns that never break through. So this also illustrates, from our point of view, on when we look at the threat landscape. It means that there are a lot of stuff that is happening, and that is very easy to construct from the attacker's point of view. It doesn't take a lot to craft a simple text email, send it out to say, well, can you please send your data back to us? Nothing more is needed, plain text. When I think on that, and when I think, well, who's going to fall for this? I'm starting to think that, well, maybe this question is wrong, because they would not do it if it's not beneficial. I know it doesn't cost a lot, but still, the revenue must be higher than the cost itself. Otherwise, this line of business would not exist. And what we see from different exercises that not only is done by outside forces, but sometimes by us, whenever we do a legitimate phishing test, the amount of people that give their passwords varies upwards of 80%. If you do a really good test, 4 people out of 5 are very happy to share their innermost secrets. At least that's what it should be. And people not only share the passwords, but they go out of the way to help criminals. They install software which allows criminals to actually connect to your computer so that they can assist you kindly signing for a bank loan that they are then cashing in. How do we combat that? I have no idea, because to get an upgrade here, it takes years and years, and sometimes the patching is not so easy. So ultimately, we are putting out the notion that looking at username and password alone is not an option anymore these days. Then what else is relatively cheap? Distribution of malware. We see hundreds of different unique samples hitting different points in Estonia every day. And when I say unique, well, we are comparing against previous analysis. Some malware is, of course, made to look unique from one recipient to another, but typically this is not too much the case. So there is a lot that is happening. Luckily, filters are getting better, but it requires people to actually use those filters, because you have some amazing products that are out there, and people are either afraid to use, they don't know that they should use, or they are worried that they have to start doing work. And then they go back to their managers and they complain that, all the tools that we have are not doing the work. So we need to buy something new where they will turn all the options down, and the cycle repeats year after year after year. Bad example. Exploitation of web vulnerabilities has, I don't want to say increased, but it has gone up, and the mischief that has gone up through this is also definitely on the rise. We had a look at one vulnerability, a particular vulnerability concerning WordPress plugin. The vulnerability score was 10, so basically, I don't want to say the door was wide open, there were not even walls. We have a little bit less domains than Czech Republic. We have some 150,000 domains, so we were looking at root level, and we had over 4,000 sites that were calling to everyone, come and abuse me. Well, and then we talk about, criminals spending some real money to purchase a server. Why? It's a waste of money. You can go and use someone else's resources. And what's even better, very often when this happens, people are very GDPR concerned and conscious of that. So they think that by not keeping any logs, I have no data to worry about. And you understand that I am very sarcastic at this point, but this is really getting an issue, because when we want to help them, when we want to solve them, when we want to rapidly help them, this is not where we are able to use our tools, and we need to go down machine by machine by machine, doing a very resource-expensive forensics. And while at the same time the attacker is still roaming around in their network. So those things are relatively easy to sort out as an individual or an enterprise, and people still keep sort of stepping on the same rake and getting hit. DDoS attacks have been mentioned. This is a slide from Cloudflare regarding Q2. When you start counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Estonia is on 7th place. I don't know if this is something that we should be proud of. We are not the first, so we didn't get the gold medal. but it's a recognition that obviously we are doing something right if criminals and hacktivists consider us as a target. And by the way, I'm sure most of you know that we had a big DDoS attack in 2007, which is 15 years ago. Back at the time, the DDoS volume was about 2.5 gigabits per second. Nowadays, you are laughing because some of you might have even faster connectivity at home. When we had for the whole government side and country. This year, during August, so Q3, the statistics is not out yet, we had another record-breaking DDoS, which was almost 100 times bigger. It doesn't mean that the criminals have gone better, but it means that the whole digital ecosystem has grown so fast. And if you think how fast was your connectivity in 2007 vis-a-vis what it is today, well, that's where the growth comes. Coupled with the fact that, most of us have multiple devices that can quite happily contribute towards that network that you have at home. So, what we did in the hopes of helping our constituents and knowing that, we have a lot of information under our bellies, but most of this information is shared in the way that we can't, share it further, but we can only use. So we found a quite ingenious way to basically put all of this into their cell phones. So they can use that without knowing what is in the database. Magic word here is DNS, and I know a lot of countries are doing this. But again, if we are not making this easy to use, they will never ever do that. And last but not least, when we look at Ukraine this year, what Russia did, among many other atrocities, was a BGP hijack. So they basically hijacked the Ukrainian internet traffic, routed it through Russia with a purpose of sniffing and doing what could be done in that case. We identified this risk already back in 2020 on the left-hand side. When we started the whole project, about 1/4, so 25% of the IPs were protected against this. When I did the statistics again, I think it was September this year, we were at more than 91% level. So does that make me happy? Well, we still have some to do. Maybe some of this I don't even care too much if they want to run their bulletproofs and so forth. But it shows that if you put some effort in getting something better, this can happen. So don't ever give up hope. This is the proof that things can actually get better when you explain something and you keep explaining and repeating it all over again. And one simple question from my side, because otherwise questions are only asked from that side. Did you actually patch anything on this device that you have today? Because not only it makes it more secure, but hell, your battery probably lasts longer. And that is something I care very deeply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very quick question. Why Gibraltar? What is so interesting on Gibraltar that because it was on your graph of DDoS targets?
Let's double check.
Considering the size?
Gibraltar? Uh-huh. Yes. This is, I think, the amount of DDoS is per the size of the country. Gibraltar has, I think, quite a bit of different businesses. Especially gambling related and finance related. So my guess is that motivation might be there, but I'm not the one usually putting the red hat on. So in that sense, you are asking from the very wrong person.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now, Jakub Urbanec and his presentation, Supply Chain Attack. So the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Tonu, because it was marvelous and it helped me prepare my presentation, the final thoughts, because it was really, really helping. Thank you. So, hi, hello, ni hao, привет, здравствуйте, nazdar Andreo, welcome everybody. I have a story to tell because you were listening to other presentation, and I do have a story. So the story goes like this. In a routine check at the FireEye company, there were found 2 phone numbers used for multi-factor authentication. Are you familiar with a multi-factor authentication? Use a password and then SMS or duo or whatever. So it is not very common. So the dialogue went like this, Alice. So is it your second phone number? And Bob, I don't know, never seen it. And Alice, well, that's strange. I will just delete it from the database. And that's really strange. And Bob, was the phone number ever used for multi-factor authentication? And the Alice was like, let me check. Yes, it was. And you know that if something like this happens, it's a huge, huge problem. It's something that goes through the fan. And do you sometimes feel that certain moments in your life are life-changing, as if your father, your girlfriend sends you an SMS, you'll be the father. Or you find out that the Santa Claus is in fact your neighbor, just in a funny dress. So those things that will change your mind just happened to the to the FireEye company. They found out this revelation. That's really, really bad. What happened? They, being the security company, the FireEye, they understand what happened. They understand it very well. The large targeted attack against their company is right now, at the moment, running through the company. And they starting the investigation, and they found the malware where nobody expected. They found the malware in the Orion network management software. And what is the network management software? Well, it's just software, the application or platform that is used to monitor, that is used to manage everything in your network, from the last switch, router, firewall, to the database servers, to the normal servers, to the users, and stuff like this. So in order to do this stuff, the Orion platform has to have the highest privileges in the network, because it is used for making new users. It is made to change the firewall rules and stuff like this. So it has got a highest privileges. Planting a malware into Orion was just a genius move, really. So we have some genius. So researchers at FireEye, they contacted Microsoft, FBI, other 3 letters companies, and they found out that the attackers already used their network. They stole the credentials, they stole the certificates, they stole almost everything. They even stole the FireEye software, the crown jewel of the software company. And so they start to investigating a little more. They found out that this update was updated to more than thousands of different companies, the customers, not only the normal one, but also the governmental and stuff like this. So what is the malware Sunburst in the SolarWinds? Well, it's a clever one. It really is a clever one. It is, first of all, digitally signed. So it was a perfect update, no problem. And the fact that it uses it so secretly, extremely secretly, is, for example, it doesn't run immediately. It just waits for at least 14 days. Why? Because in large companies, you have something called patch policy. The patch policy states that you have to test the patches, the updates on the test environment in order to be sure whether the testing of the patches will not break something. So it usually runs for some time, but not usually 14 days. So it was then rolled out in the production environment, and of course, the malware starts to spread through the network. You also know that the other part of the security infrastructure in your companies force you, as we heard, to update fast, very, very much fast, not to be vulnerable to some problems. So this was one of those moments where those organizations inside the organization goes against each other. The stress that led to install these patches are usually the bad decisions. So how does it actually work? Well, it does not run on small virtual machine. It does not run until the VM virtual machine is not tied with the Active Directory. Well, we security researchers, please do me a favor. Who is a security researcher here? Here, please raise your hand so I can see how many people are security researchers here. Please. Okay, so at least you know. Good. You know that we use the VMs in order to play with the malware, right? You want to see how does it work, how does it connect to other stuff, and the malware will not run on my typical VMs because it is either small or I don't have an AD. Actually, if you don't have an AD, the malware will probably not run anyway. So maybe this is one of the mitigation, but not very common. For exfiltration, I mean for taking data from the organization, the malware uses a very strange thing. It uses the internal network names as the names of the exfiltration servers. So the network administrations, they usually run through the logs and they will see, oh, this is strange, I've never seen this name. So that's probably strange. But if you see Kraj Vysočina in the name, they say, that's probably mine. Or if they say CERT.GOV.AZ, they will probably say, oh, that's the governmental, that's perfectly okay. And this one is very clever as well. So this is the stuff they use. And when the hackers were connecting back to the organization, they used VPS, the virtual private servers, that are geographically close to the attacking organization. So, for example, if somebody was attacking Kraj Vysočina servers, they will use VPS from Brno or Jihlava. If they were attacking the Microsoft, they will probably use VPS from Seattle. If they would ever try to attack me, they will probably use Plzeň beer servers, and they will probably attack me. So this was the reverse connection. The problem also was that after this information was spread and the organization started to clean the malware, nobody were perfectly sure whether the systems are really clear, because this was really, really very clever malware. So who was it? We don't know, frankly, but it is possible that the APT group 29 called Cozy Bear was probably behind the attacks. Why? Because they already did quite a lot of breaches in US governmental organizations already, but we don't know for sure. APT stands for Advanced Persistent Threats. So how did it happen? Well, again, nobody knows for sure, because probably stolen credential of the SolarWinds company led to successful breach. We don't know for sure, but in 2018, a leaked GitHub repo of some software from SolarWinds contained a password that was SolarWinds 123. Maybe, we don't know. And at first, the attackers tried to put a test into the build process of the Orion platform. which is genius move because they just tested whether it will work, and it worked. So they erased the tests and planted the malware into the Orion platform. And then on the next update, the Orion platform with the malware was spread in between the organizations, which is, of course, great way on how to spread the malware. And I know that it sounds like, okay, they just click, 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 and it was already done. But believe me, it is not like cut and paste from Stack Overflow. It's a long process, and the guys has to be really, really good hackers to do this. So what, in fact, is the supply chain attack anyway? Well, it's just an attack on the trust. It is not attack to directly attack the organization, but it attacks the trust between the parties. You believe the third party is doing something very well. You buy something from the third party, but unfortunately, unwillingly, you get malware from the third party. That's what we know. We know the typical way how the world was functioning for ages. The standard way was, let's storm the castle, attacker, victim, and do whatever, DOS, DDoS, do the web defacement, use the stolen credential to go through the VPN and attack the internal networks. But the problem is, it is loud, and people will notice, as on a picture. And so the supply chain attack way is quite different because you don't attack directly. And those attacks are usually unnoticed for a long, long time. So I will get to it in the end. But is it a really new thing? I don't think so. And let me read it because I really love this story. It is the story from 1984. It's almost 40 years ago, where Ken Thompson, do you know Ken Thompson, somebody? He's the guy who co-authored the Unix and the C programming language. He put a malware into the C compiler so that when was compiling the login process, the login daemon, Ken was able to log in without the credentials. That was really funny, but it was just a half a story. He also infected the compiler itself, so when the login or the compiler was recompiling, it was recompiling with this malware in itself. So it sounds like recursion, but it was there from almost 40 years ago. So we know this problem for quite some time. University of Minnesota wants to try to put some malware into the Linux kernel just to prove that it is possible. Fortunately, it was caught, and there were rumors that free or OpenBSD IPsec implementation was somehow bugged with the FBI, so that the FBI can temper the communication using the IPsec VPN implementation. And we all know, definitely, the Stuxnet, which is the holy grail of malware in early 2000s, where it showed us the new ways. First of all, the malware will be perfectly digitally signed by respectable companies. Still, it was a malware. And what one more, it is very important, the malware these days can be used to attack networks that are never connected to the internet. There are really just internal networks with absolutely no connectivity to the outside world, but still can be planted with a malware, which is really, really eye-opening. So, as another example of supply chain attacks, one of them is the package managers. Package managers, typically the NPM, is a manager that manages the JavaScript libraries used for web servers, the front ends, or JavaScript Node.js platform. And it was used for these attacks in many different ways. One of the way is the package planting, where the attackers try to make the malware assigned to somebody who is well known. And those people, those well-known people, they have some respect in the company and unknowingly were assigned to those packages. So whenever you try to find the software, you will find the library that is probably signed or written by somebody you believe, and you use this library. So their name was ruined, and you still have a malware, which is not very good thing. And there is another one which is called either typo squatting or name squatting, which is a typical example. If your senior developer says, use the request 214 for this job, and you say, okay, I will use package request 214. Does it mean request 2 version 14 or request 2.14 or request dash 2.14? I don't know. Well, actually, only one is correct. The other ones will probably have a malware inside. And so if you don't know exactly what are you using, you may probably lead to some errors and lead to malware be installed on your network. And one of this is also starjacking, where people usually go for software that has got a 5 or 4.5 stars. You do it as well, right? You choose the stuff that is the best. And the people use the star technique to plant a malware in something that is presented as a perfect library. So the question is there some kind of a protection? We don't actually think so. No. There is no cheap and no efficient way on how to fight the supply chain attacks. Sorry, everybody. There is no silver bullet. There's nothing like this. Maybe somewhere in the future there will be a company trying to sell you something which is called like shield against the supply chain attack or supply chain attack antivirus, but it will probably not work because the supply chain is extremely, extremely difficult to cope with. So not in the future there will be some simple solution. But how can you do it? Is there any hope at all? That's the problem we are trying to solve here. Actually, I think the only thing, and I think you've talked about it. Do your job well. Do it properly. Because if you don't do it properly, this thing will probably happen. What to do? Well, do the monitoring. Do the monitoring all the time. Look for the changes, bits and pieces. Gather the logs. Try to look in the logs, and not only those big ones like the DDoS that goes to the sky, but also those small bits. We've found a malware on the station that was sending just few bytes to some strange IP addresses that will usually left unattended. You wouldn't notice because there was just small number of bytes. Do the investigation as if your network is already compromised. Try to play this game. Maybe you can try it at home. I did try it at home, seriously. And I found out that quite a lot of data is heading to Chinese cloud providers from my network, my home Wi-Fi network, where I have few notebooks and few Raspberry Pis and few ESPs, and no, it doesn't matter. Do the routine check, because the routine check save the assets of the FireEye company. Run the backups. But backups are cool, yeah, they are cool, but more important, recovery. But very often you will find that you have perfect backup that you cannot read or you cannot install. Do the recovery, because otherwise it's useless. Educate your people. Once you educate a lot of people, they will become the security sensors. And if they understand, if they realize what is behind the attacks, they will be the perfect sensors. And try to play. Hack your environment. Go to the least privilege and try to go to the highest privileges. Do the internal CDFs in order to motivate your people to invest time in security and attend more conferences like this. Thank you very much. It's not time for lunch yet.
Well, I'm so glad that you put some set of recommendations at the end, because when you were talking about a silver bullet, it looked quite hopeless. So, thank you for this, for a final set of recommendations. It was very important. And now I would like to ask Mr. Ondřej Nekovář from State Treasury Shared Services Center for his last presentation.
Hello. It's great to be here. Thank you for invitation. It's good opportunity to meet friends and fans of good cybersecurity practice, I hope. So, my colleague, this one, asked for, was asking for, is there any researcher, technician guy? And I would like to ask, is here any manager, please? Yeah, it's looked like better than technical guy and research guy. Thank you. So, what we will do today, or what I will show you. First of all, I'll show you who am I, what I do, what my team do, what we hope to do, and how we do it. Something about cloud and sweet secret, about current challenges and how to manage it. Yeah, my name is Ondřej, and I'm CISO and CDO. CDO is not some political party. It's Chief Deception Officer, because it's fun for us. And my team is about 30 persons. And I work for Státní pokladna Centrum sdílených služeb, is State Treasury Shared Services Center. We have data center. We provide cloud, private cloud for Ministry of Finance, hybrid cloud solution, and we do security for it. We use our on-premise things. We use Azure. We use Google Cloud. We use Azure Stack. And Ministry of Finance is our founder, and we do a lot of things and put pressure on to be provider of government cloud level 4, security level for the state part. And what the security department do? We have SOC, CESIRT. We are part of the first trusted interest. We are listed, I guess, and we use a lot of open source, and we try to make it in a fun way. We like adversary emulation, active defense, and do another stuff. Yeah, what are our goals? Yeah, it's quite fun too, because we just started in 2015. I became the part of the CPCSS in 2017, and we did security services for critical information infrastructure for National Data Center, and it was our CIA. And then we go to do SOC for Ministry of Finance. Yeah, we got the impact in security on our founder, and then to whole Department of Ministry of Finance for the whole organizations. So within the time, we could prepare to be a cybersecurity center for the state part of the e-government cloud, and we hope that the government will finish it or decide to finish it. I mean the state part. And what next? Does any European organization need any help? I don't know exactly, but you can call me. Maybe we can think about it. So, our goals first was to build a Ministry of Finance Cyber Operations Center. We did it. Now we are preparing Cybersecurity Center of State, part of the e-government cloud. Yeah, and I hope we're finished. So, it was about us and how we hustle in security, what we do, how we usually defend our environments, and what needs to be changed. Every year we got new technologies, new opportunities to buy the box, to implement processes, to manage new measures, to implement new measures. But do we have people to operate them, to manage it? Yeah, it depends. We can, but not everybody. And in which way we engage with adversary if we want to engage? We do it in the old-fashioned way. We block access to resources, we block adversary from environment, I mean firewall denial or isolation, and we monitor the environment. But it's not enough, just be the reactive. What we should do when defense, so how? Just go in the active way of defense, proactive way. And where to place it? Reactive defense, it's typical antivirus, firewall, CM, incident response processes, everything. It's react on the alert. On the other hand, there is an offensive operation. It's about hacking back. We can do it. Even if we are government, we can do it. Army can do it. So, but between reactive and offensive is a place for active defense gray zone, which we guess that we can do. We can use beacons for our environment, use deception technology, emulate adversary behavior, hunt, and more thing. And when we defend, go active cyber defense. What does it mean? Add obstacles, to slow adversary down, add fake documents in the environment, distract the adversary. He doesn't know what is the trust for him. He losing his opportunity to hustle with us. Add shadow account, which you can monitor in your environment for early detection of adversary. When engage, to what degree? Engage just only at your environment. Be prepared, operate it, understand. But how? Prepare your environment for deception activities. Create your or recognize your threat landscape. Recognize your environment. Operate the environment. Deploy the things like tokens, shadow accounts, honeypots, and fake services. Understand your adversary. Do threat intelligence. Analyze them. Learn is the biggest things here. So, it was about the attitude, and now about the cloud. Is this good way or not? Yeah. How we store data, how we provisioning our services. On-premise cloud or government cloud, is which solution is best? Is cloud a new on-prem environment? I guess nope. But it breaks the borders, breaks the perimeter of our environment. Each workstation, each cloud started to be included in our environment. What are challenges? Yeah, unknown environment of cloud, unknown people who operated it, unknown location or whereabouts of our data. Need extra layer of crypto, dancing like no one watching, encrypt everything you like. Use public or government cloud. Who knows it? The government should, and I hope he does. Everything is depend on the data sensitivity and how to protect them. Get the data of citizen to government cloud? Well, of course. Put apps and services to public or hybrid. Front door to public, backends to hybrid. It's usual good practice, which was did by the state in many examples. Communication to private. Communication in or for government's organization via government cloud and critical infrastructure cannot or shouldn't be dependable on all third party, in the whole way. Need to distinguish between different sensitivities, as I said before. Is just cloud or government cloud enough? Yeah, just we will lose our problem when we go to the cloud? No, of course not. This is never enough, never. We need the mindset how to protect our environment. It's not about buying the box or buying the cloud or something in cloud. We should use reactive tools, of course, but there is the gap, and go filling the gap in security with active cyber defense elements. And fortunately, we have the ACD gray zone and activities we can do, we all. The blue one are which we can do. Adversary emulation, we can use beacons, we can try to use deterrence, deception, it's no problem. Honeypots like a typical elements of active cyber defense, tar pit sandboxes, threat intelligence and threat hunting. On the right side, there are activities which should do the or must do the army. Adversary takedowns, rescue mission, ransomware. Humanitarian ransomware, sanction and remedies. So, what's the takeaways of my speech? Adversaries are fast in everything, and as my colleague said before, and are very clever. So we need to know our environment, supply chain, threat landscapes, and our possibilities in capacity, in technical capacity, in human capacity. So, and stay active. Yeah, and it was the sweet secret. Yeah, I'm at the end, and I have some resources for you, for fans of cybersecurity. Next time you can see us, me and my colleague, at Black Hat this year, and some other not that famous conference, but we can meet there. We support open source and open community DevCon group for Czech Republic. We do our training for malware sharing platform by Circle. We plan it to spring next year. And the same is Forum Aktivní kybernetické obrany. It's about active defense. If you are interested in state cloud provider, you can keep in touch with us. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So please join us, join the other speakers, because now it's time for questions and discussions. We have a question here to you, Martin. What are your thoughts on transition of CI from IPv4 to IPv6 in Czech Republic? Oh, well, you are from National CSIRT of the Czech Republic and from the National Registry, so...
Well, is there someone else who would like to take this question? No?
Only positive.
Do you want to add some answer, Jakub or other speakers? Or Petr Pavlinec? No? No? Sensitive question. Okay. Maybe we will come back later. So the second question is, what are the challenges of quantum computers for you and your team? Are there any?
Okay, first regarding the IP protocols, so we are very inclusive there, so we support IP protocols in any version, so 4 or 6, it doesn't matter. And quantum cryptography and quantum key distribution, well, the CESNET network is built to support the quantum key distribution, and there are some projects there, but this is quite heavily based in research. Yeah? We are not running into any day-to-day problems or from the point of view of a security incident response team, we're not meeting any problems with quantum cryptography or quantum key distribution. One day, it's supposed to break the cryptography algorithms, the asymmetric ones, but that's not today. So. Yeah.
I think we will see. So no other questions. So there is? Okay. Any words of advice for public administration to strengthen cybersecurity?
One word.
Okay. Very good.
Educate. One word. Just one word. Educate your teams.
Yeah. Do you mean teams or member of security teams or
No,
users?
all users.
Or everyone?
I would add a thought that we should not only, stop talking is the wrong word. Start doing is the right word.
Good. Okay. Another one, which tools you use to protect cloud environment? So I think it's up to you.
Which tools? For monitoring, we use a hybrid environment of tools. We have on-premise CM and on cloud CM for Sentinel from Microsoft, and we use it for all clouds. Yeah, and as far as other things and provisioning services, secured services in cloud. We use things like secured Kubernetes. Now we are working on the methodology to how to harden the Kubernetes, for example. Yeah. So.
Thank you very much. I think this is quite interesting question, and I'm not sure who can be the right person to answer it. May I ask you?
It's a problem, obviously. There is competition with private sector. So I think now we try to play on the values. Now the young ones with the ethical value. We try to connect with them through this, but it's really a problem. I think next panel is on finance. Problem is how to break the rules, the public rules, to be able to get the same salary. But we have to compete. I don't know. Maybe the teams can answer because they have the same problem probably.
We're trying to get the professionals in 2 ways. First is our trainee program, and second one was included in my slides too. It was the slide about what we do. Yeah, it's kind of honeypot. Yeah, so we're trying to offer playground to be better. Testing labs, education, emulation, and other things. Yeah, and I guess it's a way how to engage the professionals in commercial sector, in state sector, or public administration. So.
I agree. Values are important, and pushing for them is one thing that governments can do. But the other part is, I think the terminology is gamification. So we try to make different security postures, especially if this is public. We try to make this available, not as a public shaming board, but sort of public encouragement board. And then very often what we find is that people don't have an understanding of how their posture looks like, looking from outside. And by making this transparent, we can help to identify where they can do better. And then from there on, it's relatively easy to also lift this attention to the higher managers that we need to do something because, comparatively, we are worse than some of our other colleagues in other parts of the government.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the audience. Wants somebody from the audience add some thoughts to this question? No? Okay. So the next question is, do you have implemented policy standards to protection cloud environment? And thanks for previous answer. I think it's up to you again.
Really? Okay, so yeah, we did. Yeah, we started simply with ISO 27001. Yeah, we got certified years ago. Yeah, but to me, it's not that good things or unique things in the Europe or especially in the Czech Republic. So we have legislation for cloud. And there is things are 27,017, 18, it's for privacy and cloud providers. So we implemented it, but mainly it's based on 27,001. Yeah. So next we extended our intention to do the state part of e-government cloud, and we are now in preparing for getting SOC 2 report. Yeah, so it's some kind of audit, checking of quality of internal controls to become the trusted cloud provider.
Thank you. So, no other questions, so I'm going to ask again to the audience. Okay. What solution for vulnerability management do you use for cloud security issues? I think the cloud area is very popular.
I don't know who is asking. we can talk about it later. So, yeah, we have... and I have to say, I don't want to buy anything new now. Yes, so we have vulnerability management from Nexpose. Yeah, and we use it for internal use and for cloud. Now we're trying to use the new product, which is aimed. In this time, which is aimed on the US, and provisioning is in the US, and it's called external attack surface management. Yeah, it can show us some information about our perimeter. and cloud is included. And for the vulnerabilities on the endpoint, we use two solutions, Defender from Microsoft and open source Vazuch. I hope that I call it correctly, and it's great things. I hope that we will kind of use it, especially Vazuch, in the some project we're planning to do with the new KIP. Yeah. So, any other question on cloud?
Yes. Any other questions about cloud and how to protect it, how to monitor it? No. So I'm waiting for another question. If not, do we have some question from the audience? Yes, we have. According to ENISA, the Czech Republic has dozens of CERTs. How many CERTs does a country need for efficiency and effectiveness in its responses? It's up to me. Well, this is a very cruel question. Yes, Czech Republic has a lot of CSIRT teams. I think it was accelerated by our experiences with DDoS attacks in 2013 and by the Phoenix project, which was started by our Czech Peering Center. And also it was accelerating by cyber Czech law. And I think at this time we have almost 50 CSIRT teams. And I think it really has a good thing in area of responses and in resilience, because the teams in Czech Republic, they cooperate quite closely. It is organized by a national CSIRT team of the Czech Republic. So we have regular meetings where we can discuss interesting topics and share information about what are we doing, what tools we use, and with and our experiences globally. And I think it all I described must have and really has influence on our resilience and ability to challenge the threats. But it was a question to Czech Republic, and because we have here CERT.EE, I would like to ask for the answer our representative from CERT.EE and just replace the Czech Republic to your country.
This is indeed a unique question. In Germany, you have the federal level, you have the state level, you have the local level. In Estonia, this is not so complicated. Does that mean that the German model is bad or Estonian model is bad? I'm not brave enough to say they are bad. If this is the way how things should work, then the answer is really dependent on how the country works. Sometimes, we have one is my team that we're trying to cover everything, and we are working with different security teams in different companies. Irrespective of whether they call themselves CSIRT teams or not, ultimately naming doesn't matter. What matters is if there is enough people to work on security systematically or not. And I think this is much more important than the sheer number.
I agree. I think this was a very, very important what you just said, that there is a lot of security groups and teams which just do not call themselves CERT or CSIRT, but they exist, and this is the most important. So thank you. Question to CERT colleagues. Do you share TI thoughts, MISP only over Czech Republic, or you have some other connections? Do you want to answer?
I have to. I'm not sure that this question is for for me, but we use MISP, and the new KIP created the national instance of MISP to connect or to not only connect, but he wanted to sending the IOC to the organizations, yeah. But there is a very bad response because they are usually unable to create open instance and accept the information. So we created the MISP instance for the Department of Ministry of Finance, yeah, and we hope to help the new KIP to getting not only information from the new KIP, but to the new KIP, to the back in the way as answer. Yes, but we have the same problem. We have our instance, and we can put the data in, but there's no good cooperation with the organization down.
Okay, my colleague wants to answer too.
Okay, so we have our own sharing platform. It's called Warden. It's based on IDEA format. Yeah, you can find that all on our web pages. Again, this is something we developed in-house, not because the MISP was not good enough. It didn't exist at the time. And well, we thought about migrating to MISP or some other system, but MISP is not handled, is not capable to handle 2 million events per day. Yeah? We are working a bit lower, at a bit lower level than what should be fed to MISP. So, yeah, it's a different approach.
Actually, MISP is able to handle. You just need to be very good in IT optimization, and then when you can optimize a 14-second query down to 0 point something, a few million is no longer an issue, and that is why we are probably one of the largest nations that is sharing information through MISP, and we believe sharing, and on top of sharing with MISP, we also recognize that sharing through MISP might not be sufficient to ultimately reach to the level of end users in somewhere far region of Estonia. So we are working very close with industry partners to share also directly, so that through them we can reach to as many security products as possible, so that we can share. We're not telling the industry partners what to do, but we share the information and ask them to quickly come up with the decision themselves. And I think this is also a great way to make a meaningful impact.
Thank you. I just want to mention that we also have MISP on our to-do list for future activities. So, do you think that it's essential to educate and teach IT managers so they know more about cybersecurity problems? Yes, definitely yes. And not only IT managers, but also directors, decision makers, ministers, so the top of each organization, because they must be aware how important is cybersecurity, because they decide about money, and their responsibility is to ensure money for cybersecurity. Do you want to complete my answer or add something?
Well, I have rarely been a manager, but from a point of view of someone under a manager, you cannot educate someone if it's your superior. So the more effective way for me is to try to explain it in terms that the superior understands. Yeah? Managers are typically used to deal with risks and such. So for me, this worked better than trying to educate if we cannot force and so on.
Do we still have time?
No.
I prepared so good question for Jakub Urbanec, who wasn't involved in this final discussion.
I think that it would not be a good idea to come late for lunch. But as I said, we will have that last session where we can bring up any other subjects or questions, because we still have some questions on Slido for this session. So please, let's hold them back until the last discussion session, and we can open it again.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I agree the lunch is important, so I would like to thank you all speakers, and see you later for the final discussion at the end of conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you to all the speakers for very interesting, catchy presentations. A great discussion, many questions, many answers, and you ended just about on time. What more can an organizer ask for? So thank you very much. I now invite you for lunch. The lunch will take place in the barn, what used to be a barn, don't worry. I think we mentioned before that this used to be an agricultural or a farm estate, so that's why I say the barn. It's a building right across from the entrance. Yes, we see it. It's on the little hill. It's covered with wood, and it's right across. I'm sure it will be marked. So please enjoy your lunch. I do highly recommend, and I hope it will be available, I do highly recommend to taste the local beer, because at the local restaurant, there is a small brewery. So if you're a beer fan, which I hope you are, taste it. But remember, we have 2 more sessions, so only a small one, and you can continue later. And we will come back and meet at 14:15 or 2:15, so we have just about an hour. And we will meet back for the session on human resources and capacity building, and for the session on partnership and financial resources. So enjoy your lunch, and let's come back in an hour. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start with the next session. Thank you for coming back on time. I hope you had a good lunch. I hope you had time to refresh yourself and continue in the deep discussions after the last session. And I hope you're ready for the next one. The next session will be focused on capacity building. The purpose of the session and the focus of the speakers and of the participants will be focused on and connected with building capacities. And not only, of course, financial capacities and technological capacities, but also human capacities. Because what's the use of technology which you paid for if you don't have the people to stand behind it? So, the speakers for this session who have accepted our invitation will be Anna Michalovová from the Čekytas Association from the Czech Republic. Thank you for being here. Mr. Eric Mao, I hope, yes, you're here. Thank you very much, from Taiwan. Miss Piret Urb, thank you for being here. Miss Piret Urb is from Estonia, from RIA. I'm sure you will say what the abbreviation means. Then we have Mr. Petr Seifert from the National Cyber and Information Security Agency of the Czech Republic. And also Eugeniu Krojtorov. Yes, thank you for being here. Mr. Krojtorov is from the National Service of IT and Cybersecurity from Moldova. And last but not least, Mr. Tural Mamadov from Azerbaijan. And Mr. Mamadov is from the Special Communication and Information Security State Service and from the CERT of Azerbaijan. So thank you very much for being here. I look forward to the next session, and I think I can give the word to Ms. Michalová. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. My name is Anna Michalová and I'm product owner of cybersecurity and testing topics in Čekytas. Who we are? We are a non-profit organization which inspires and empowers new talent for stronger diversity and competitiveness in tech. We organize educative workshops for women which want to get into IT field or to improve their skills and knowledge. In the Czech Republic, women represent only 10% of employees in the IT field. Čekytas is trying to break the stereotypes across the society. We are showing that IT is not exclusive for men, and we are trying to point out the attractive side of this profession for women. About 50% of jobs will be automated in the future. We want to prepare the population for this change. In the presentation, you can see the top 5 jobs and skills of the future. We are trying to pass this skill set about the topic, and our education methods are friendly, interactive, about actual trends. Our lecturers are professionals from IT field. The main pillar of Čekytas is our community. Our community is built on our shared values. Community consists of lecturers, coach, and other volunteers who help with organization and popularization. Our target group is very wide, from children to adults, for the general public, and specialized programs for companies. We are now at 11 locations over the Czech Republic, across the country. Main language or courses is Czech. Here are the basic topics that our Čekytas currently involved in. The next topic that Čekytas want to include in the portfolio is cybersecurity. The need for this new topic is based on actual situation and by increasing demand on cybersecurity experts. We currently have a work group that shapes courses of the topic. The members of this group come from various companies like Avast, Cisco, Nukip, or CZNIC. On the slide, you can see 2 courses that are currently done. The courses are for beginners, and the main goal is motivate and to further educate in this field. But isn't enough. Our goal is to prepare long-term, more intensive mentored course by the name of Academy of Cybersecurity. We are now looking for lecturers, members of a working group, and companies that want to participate on this big project. The Academy will focus on these topics, and the target position of graduates is SOC analyst. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentation. For our next presentation, we have Mr. Eric Mao. Thank you very much for being here. We have a slight change because we know that Mr. Mao has to leave to Prague for an important event this afternoon. So he will present a presentation that was supposed to be in this session. And after that, he will also follow up with the presentation that he was supposed to have in the next session, which is concentrating on the financial model of the HSOC system. So if you would be so kind and do both of those presentations, we'll be glad. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is my first time that all the conference just one Asia here. Okay, it makes me very nervous and exciting. Okay, today I want sharing with you some experience regarding to Taiwan Healthcare Security Operations Center, Information Security Analysis Center, and Cyber Emergent Response Team. Some experience. I come from Taiwan. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of the Cyfoundry, Taiwan Cybersecurity Foundry Company. This is my online. I start, I was like sharing with you some introduction. Actually, Czech Republic and Taiwan, cybersecurity has similar situation. And then we are going to the healthcare cybersecurity challenges. Then we are talking about in Taiwan, the government and the private institute, how we do the healthcare cybersecurity. Then we go inside what the inside, the technical view about ISEC solutions, and in the future, maybe we need to have active defense using some artificial intelligence techniques. After that, I will show you some new concept about the purple team practice. At last, as the moderator says, because our agenda has a slightly different change. Originally in next session, I want sharing with some business model how we do that. But I include in this session. Okay, finally I'll give it a conclusion. I'm Eric Mao from Taiwan. And actually, I graduated from National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. I'm the previous prior Director General of the Taiwan Cybersecurity Institute. Okay, and then I lead the team startup. So in this time, I will show you some our team's work. The first thing is I want sharing introduce our company. Taiwan Cybersecurity Company's kick off in last year. And then we got the funding from the Silicon Valley and the Team Draper Venture. The Draper Venture is the angel fund investment for the Tesla and the SpaceX. So in the last of this presentation, I will show you how we get the funding and what is the business model behind our plan. In this 2 years, we've very concentrated on 5G and ICS security orchestration and automation response techniques, especially focus on the semiconductor and the healthcare. Okay, actually we face the challenges about compliance and threat hunting. As you know, there's a lot of ransomware happened every day, and makes our systems availability is decreased. So for the compliance, the first things we encountered the lack of talent. So it's difficult to find a lot of cybersecurity talent. The second one, actually for the healthcare, the hospital size is quite different. And then the medical procedure take precedence over information security considerations. Then the availability of the medical instrumentation and the information system take precedence over confidentiality. The last thing is the code, the software security issues. And so in each device increase security risk and threat. For the hospital, you can see there has different kind of e-devices. For example, the remote and care system, or the mobile client devices, and so on. Every devices may be the legacy devices, or some devices may have some vulnerabilities. Actually, this kind of vulnerabilities may be as the time goes by and it's increasing. So for the smart hospital, actually all the hospital want to go to the smart hospital. So they still need encounter, for example, the malicious actions, malware, hijacking, social engineering, and so on. Another important issue is the supply chain failure. Because in one hospital, they may have many software supplier or hardware supplier. How we make sure what the product we buy inside, but is secure. Okay, this is what we need to invest problem. From the EU, there has medical-related standard and the practice. And this kind of standard and the practice will develop day and day. So for the hospital or for the cybersecurity vendors, must first to our system need to target the new standard or compliance. It's quite difficult. So in hospital, there has 4 kind of potential risk threat to medical devices. The first one is the hackers want to cause the service to be interrupted. For example, the denial of service or the ransomware and so on. Then the thief want to steal the sell personal medical and the health information. I think this information is quite sensitive. The third one is a group of individuals with a malicious intent who seek to cause harm to a patient. So it is quite, it affects the safety. The last one is actually the malware is not targeted only for the medical device, but the event existing antiviral engines. So it changes very fast and the obfuscation. In Taiwan, have some experience in HISEC. This is our President Tsai. As lingual address of the President Tsai in last 2 years. Actually, we invest rapid change of the global economic and accelerate restructuring the supply chain. So we have some policy and political policy to encourage our country's cybersecurity vendors to target some critical infrastructure information platform. So we hope to creating a safe industrial development environment and gathering and collecting cybersecurity talent. For the hospital cooperate with the safety protection policy in Taiwan, we can divide it 4 parts. The first part is security control. We need to have some compliance and some mechanism to establish the critical infrastructure provider, information asset inventory, and the risk assessment method. Then we need to implement this method and to achieve the critical infrastructure hospital security protection. In Taiwan, we select around 50 critical infrastructure hospital. This is a very huge hospital in Taiwan. And they has taken as the critical infrastructure hospital. Then we need to do the defense. Actually, defense includes 3 parts: the HISEC, HCERT, and the HSOC. Which one first we need to start? We start from the HISEC because it can exchange intelligence and make the hospital working together. And then we go to the HCERT. We need to do some emergent threat response. Finally, we construct the healthcare security operations center. Then, as I just said, we also lack of a lot of talent. So we need to educate and training the hospital to join the HISEC, and we're providing them the talent exercise and the training. Finally, the policy has a compliance in Taiwan. We give the hospital need to follow this compliance and do the auditing and the assessment. Okay, so as I just said, the first one from the top government, we make sure that cybersecurity is a national security. And then in healthcare domain, the cybersecurity is the medical security. And last, we hope the cybersecurity can collaboration to do the defense. And then we incorporate HISEC, HSOC, and HCERT. From the individual to collaboration. This is the whole architecture in Taiwan for promote the cybersecurity in healthcare. At the beginning, we found the emerging medical department and to do the inventory facilities, the core business, the patient safety, and then we separate 3 types. The first type is the IT. In because the IT may be more mature in the cybersecurity solutions. So actually, it's just follow the ISO 27001 to do the risk assessment. And then in second year, we go into the operation technologies. Actually, in this part, there's a lot of devices. It's quite difficult to do the inventory assessment. So we start from to define how many kind of devices we need to do the risk assessment. We have 16 devices types. Okay, and finally we watch the critical infrastructure and the whole supplier. Okay, supplier. Okay, go to the supply chain cybersecurity issues. This list is I just mentioned. The connected medical devices, we separate as 6 categories. And then we follow NISA's some compliance or some a method to do the risk assessment. Okay, after that, this is a policy, and then we go into the ISAC, CERT, SOC in our company, how we do that to integrate these 3. Actually, it's what we call this like a supply chain cybersecurity for threat hunting and the compliance. Because we need to follow the compliance, also we need hunt the threat. In Taiwan, we have more than we have A, B, C, three levels hospital. In A level, we have more around 50 hospitals. In B levels, we have 500 hospitals. In C level, we have more than 7,000 small hospital, right? Okay, so from this is our government defense architecture. So from the national scale, we have national ISAC, national SOC, and the national CERT. For the domain, we have domain ISAC. And for the critical infrastructure, they also have their own reporting system. Later, I will talk about the healthcare is in this part. We hope every cybersecurity incident response and the compliance procedures is following the action plan, do, check, and the action. So we hope the resilience joint defense from the automation to autonomous. So we start from the ISAC. We hope to intelligent collection and the event analysis. And then we construct the CERT. We focus on the instant response. Actually, in here, we do not do it by ourselves. We together with Taiwan's vendors, which vendors can help the government to do the instant response. The hospital can select them to serve for them. Because in Taiwan, there's a lot of cybersecurity teams. The last thing is the SOC. Why the SOC do the last? Because it encountered the big data and the cloud infrastructure issues. And then we need to collect the whole hospital's event and do the second layers analysis. So it's the last one we did. Actually, this is like a cycle. For the HISAC, it will give some detection rule for the HSOC. And the HSOC will respond some detect and discovery event. The HSOC will guard the status return from the HCERT. And they provide some threat intelligence because they can see something. And then for the HCERT, they guard the HISAC instant reporting and the event handling. Also, HCERT will reply the event exchange, intelligence sharing, and the event notification. It's like a cycle. So we hope the HISAC to do the early warning, and the HSOC to do the continuous monitoring. And the HCERT is the quick response. So we start from the HI-SIC. We have different years, phases, right? In the first phases from the 2018, we did the HI-SIC and start from a limited intelligence. In the 2019, we construct the CERT. And we hope we make the CERT and the HI-SIC connect with the national ISIC and the national CERT. In the 2020, we construct the HSOC. The most important HSOC issue is it should represent the dashboard, the sum result for the HI-SIC or for the analysis. Also, we need to implement some automation standard for data exchange, for example, the STIX and the TAXI2 data connector. And the HSOC have the API to collect the hospitals, individual hospitals monitoring event. Actually, this hospital has two kinds. The first kind is for they have SOC service. And another one is they without SOC service. If they have SOC service, it's okay because for this hospital they may reach and they have some budget to buy the SOC service, right? But for a lot of hospitals, they are limited budget. They could not buy the whole package of the security operations center service. In that time, we discussed with the government officer how we provide this kind of service and do not make the budget burden for them. So in this part, I will show you later. In 2021, we start from the compliance and the auditing and the maintaining the claim management exam system. Okay, this is the infrastructure in the medical field. So we go inside the HI-SIC. For the HI-SIC, we define the HI-SIC maybe required 6 functionalities. The first functionalities, how we start from here, healthcare support. Oh, no, this is more difficult. The first one is the cybersecurity incident inform. And then we provide the cybersecurity education training, and then we provide a risk assessment analysis report. After that, we perform the cybersecurity exercise. I will talk it in the last of my presentation. And then we want to sharing some supply chain information for the vendors. In here, we found one important thing is intelligence. The critical intelligence is a major successful factor for the ISIC. So what kind of cyber intelligence we need to provide? It should have topic or subject. The first one is the malicious facility and the devices. We need to get the latest information of them. And then some advanced persistent threat group. Also, some new emergence ransomware or malware, we need to get some indicate of compromise for this kind of attack. The last one is the incident related, because if your neighbor's hospital encounter a cybersecurity incident, we hope they can give us their experience. So ISIC want to make this more efficiency. Maybe you are curious about why your team can do this platform for Taiwan government. Because in 2016, we start from e-commerce CERT. And then we go to the financial ISIC. And also the land systems SOC. And then we go into HISIC. In my last slide, I will show you the semiconductor ISIC. Because in Taiwan, semiconductor is our main industry. And the semiconductor maybe follow the very strict supply chains and compliance requirement. So we use this experience, can copy this, can migrate this experience to other vertical. Okay, so maybe you can see the inside the system view of the HISEC. We have around 400 members now in this. Each member is one hospital. One member is one hospital. We have 400 members in this platform. And in this form, also we report some result to the units of authority. And we need to connect with the NISEC. Also, we need to accept other intelligence resources. So welcome to collaborate with us to exchange the intelligence in the future. And our intelligence is very important because we have a very good neighbors, China. So we okay. Yeah. So in this system, we have alert notification, cybersecurity intelligence sharing module, notification service system, public information service, and event handling. And the event handling need to gather technical support from the vendors. And in this part, it belongs to the instant response part. In this architecture, there has 4 rows in this architecture, and we make this 4 rows like a flow chart to do the flow management. Okay, so I just mentioned if the hospital do not have the SOC, how we help them to do that. So how about thinking one thing? Why the security operation center so expensive? Because they need a lot of people to help you to do the monitoring. They need to request you by many cybersecurity solutions to deploy in your environment. And actually, we think if we can make this device more economics, it might be helpful for the hospitals. So in the first version, we developed the IPPX 1.0. It has two servers. It's one for the traffic management, traffic analysis, and a mirror to the analysis server. But this solution is too expensive. Still not economics. So we collaborate. As you know, Taiwan is the hardware manufacturing country. So we found Taiwan the largest device manufacturer to do these devices. Maybe you can guess how much for this device. This device can analyze 1 giga bandwidth network and can gather intelligence from the cloud and can do the traffic mitigation and can block the traffic and do many things and can do the AI analysis. This device the cost just around $400. So if we can put this device into our customer, it can do many, many things. But maybe you may ask me, for the security operations center, not just do the traffic analysis. Also, you need to do the EDR, you need to do the XDR, and you need to do the Active Directories account analysis and many, many things. So we also collaborate with these vendors. They have off-the-shelf solutions. They may put their solutions in on-premise, or their solution may off-premise. So we try to make the devices connect to our cloud. And our cloud will exchange some data or event or the compliance required information from this cloud. So in this cloud, they provide 2 things, 2 values. The first one is threat hunting. The second one is the compliance report. So the hospital can, if they deploy this kind of solutions, they can continue to get the compliance report and submit to the authorized unit. Okay, this is the our dashboard look like? Actually, we do not want to provide more complicated interface to them. In this part is the blacklist and the whitelist functionality. We can turn on the button, we can turn on the blacklist and automatically deploy to our devices. Or the whitelist also the same. Another thing is, because I say that a device can filter in many traffics, so we also provide some streaming traffics can be filtered here. So users just see the statics information and they can identify some risk from the dashboard. Actually, these devices, these devices has already sold to United States more than 3 million. So it can make the hardware cost more economics. Okay, so for the actually the AI security operations with situation monitoring, I think is the key values for the security operations centers. Actually, in AI security action monitoring, the first one is machine learning, greatly reduce manual research and the judgment. For example, when we do the security operations center, we may get a lot of false alarm. And some intelligence may be not precisely for this environment. So machine learning can help us to estimate or to predict, to scoring this event, what score about this event. So it can save a lot of time for the first year's security analyzer. The second one is we try to use cloud native monitoring to eliminate the high duty cost. And then the security law is on the road, and we will continue developing. So if we put every compliance solutions on the cloud, it can be more efficiency. The last thing is the field of the security system integration is the key. I think the security system integration vendors is cybersecurity vendors' good friends. Because the system integration vendors, they know what the customer need. So we try to collaborate the system integrator and provide and the traditional SIM human service environment is large. Okay. So what's the advantage? We roughly estimate that for this kind of concept, it can reduce more than 50 financial burden. And the hospital, the healthcare institute can enhance their capability for the standard and implement the requirement of security law. Okay, so this is the what I want to introduce you our concept for the healthcare security operations center. Then we turn into, I just say that, the exercise. Actually, we in Taiwan, we read a lot of an ENISS document. I like to read the document. Actually, the ENISA, Cyber Europe, they have a real practice. In the past, we want to make sure this hospital is secure or not. We may call the red team to perform the attacks and to check whether they have vulnerability or not. However, the hospital may have high availability requirement. So if the red team is broken the service, it's quite critical, right? So this is a very good idea for the ENISA. ENISA built up a cyber defense and management to virtualize the environment, and the participant could connect to the ENISA cyber practice platform. Based on this platform, the scenario is the CIP in Europe, Critical Information Infrastructure Platform in Europe, and the target is the healthcare and the supply chain. The scope covers a lot of a lot of roles, a lot of vendors, hospitals. Okay, so we try to follow this good idea, and in Taiwan, in last month, we just finished similar exercise. So we, together with the Ministry of Healthcare and the Welfare in Taiwan, and the Chang'an Memorial Hospital, and Sakhvadze is our company. So this happened in August 2022. The walkthrough model, we try to design 4 scenarios from the outside to attack inside. The inside, we have a virtual environment that may encounter the 4 kinds of attacks. And the Chang'an Hospital, they activate all of the defense mechanism, and that they want to catch the attacks from our platform. This practice is very useful for a hospital, because the hospital, when they buy a lot of cybersecurity solutions, but they don't know when they encounter the real attack, they can against it or not. So after we have done this exercise, we have many hospitals want this exercise for their hospital and the financial institute. In the future, I think the 5G network and the operation technologies will continue developing. So for the healthcare environment, the user and equipment, the 5G network and the application servers, they may have a full stacks for protect them. Okay, I left last 5 minutes. Okay, I will get the last part. When I go spin off from original the Institute for Cybersecurity Technologies, I try to pitch many startup vendors. So we got the Japan Associate Fund, and they led us to in Taiwan Semiconductors, TSMC. And then they give us a Go Software business model, because they think, yeah, your HISEC do very well. Maybe you can migrate this experience to the semiconductor. So also we try to collaborate many vendors, and actually our platform had 3 levels to follow the Americans' supply chains, some cybersecurity compliance. Actually, how to do that? Because in which we think for the cybersecurity solution, the infrastructure, they have 3 parts. The first part is the edge, the cloud, and the intelligence. Based on this one, the vendors, the suppliers here, and the compliance here, and we try to use SecDevOps and do the AI security lab and the intelligence lab, and we try to deliver 4 kinds of products for the supply chain cybersecurity, maybe for your reference later. And the service model has a hybrid. It will have SaaS, install base, and the consulting service. And in the future, the supply chain may have many requirements like this. But in our first part is for the concentrate on semiconductor and the healthcare. Actually, for the AI, many people say AI is very important. I know. But in the cybersecurity, the AI may have 3 features. The first one is privacy preserved. The second one is feasibility. And the last one is the edge AI acceleration. As you see, the box, they can do many training tasks for this box. So we try to provide the fidelity learning. The training is on the cloud. The detection assessment is at the edge. And the core value of the AI, they should have identify some zero-day malware, and identify and prioritizing the threat I just mentioned for the Security Operations Center. And the last one is for the lack of talent scenario. We need to take automated actions for the security orchestration and the automation response. Okay, so this is my conclusion. Actually, the hospital appreciation system in Taiwan, we have continued to developing. The main purpose of the assessment is to ensure the right and the interest of the patient, strengthen the risk management, and incorporate the safety assessment standard is quite important. For the technical viewpoint, joint defense is critical. Critical infrastructure information, medical device asset inventory, and risk assessment is important. We try to, if we multiply ISEC, CERT, and SOC, from my view, it's naming the supply chain cybersecurity threat hunting and compliance. The talent is quite important in the future. Thank you very much. This is my first time to present in non-Asia people here. So thanks for giving this opportunity, and hope we can collaborate in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I think it's worth mentioning that Vysočina region has a very long-term and deep cooperation and really partnership with Taiwan, which includes the exchange of good practice, innovative technologies, and student exchange, for example, and so on. So thank you once again for being here. I urge you, if you have any questions towards Mr. Mao, please send them in via Slido or just raise your hand, because Mr. Mao, as I said, has to leave before the end of the session. So in case there are any questions, we'll be happy, or we'll try to answer them. I don't see any in the Slido just now towards him. So we will continue with the next presentation, and we will hear from Ms. Piret Urb. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you hear me. So it's a challenge to try to keep myself on the microphone. So thank you very much for having me. And I would like to start by congratulating the organizers, Dominic Marek and Jan Skala and the others who have really put together this great event and have brought us all together, that we could change the best practices and have these great discussions here today. So thank you very much to the organizers. So, and thanks for including Estonia's experience as well. So I'm Piret Urb, and I'm coming from the Information System Authority. This is the agency which has the cybersecurity and the ICT together, actually. It's very unique situation. I don't know any other authorities like that in the world, but we have found it quite useful, and it has worked very well up to now. So we have two big branches which are all together in RIA, as you see the abbreviation. The most of the people or the most of the countries or our partner institutions know us by the abbreviation RIA. So if you remember that, you know who we are, and everybody knows what you are talking about. We are the government, and we try to keep together the management and maintenance of everything which is digital in Estonia, and also to provide a cyber security on the top or on the bottom of all of that. So I had many options what to talk, what to choose exactly. So I discussed with some people in the office, and this is gonna be what I got actually, what could be the most interesting for the audience here. So the eStonia timeline, I would really like to be there to to show some things more closer. I'm not gonna go through all the details here. Of course, you can come to us, me or my colleague later, to ask all the details, and we can also easily send you the presentation with all the notes and details under the lines which are not seen at the moment. So, but how everything started? Actually, everything started by e-tax board, because people got so lazy they didn't feel like filling in the papers anymore, and they said that we have paid the taxes already, so the state knows about it. Why they don't provide us the pre-filled applications online already, that we can just sign it, or we can just go through and check and sign it? Why we have to start like filling in the papers and looking back like 12 months? So this is how everything started, more or less. But But the next one, in 2001, X-Road was one of the main and most important core development, which is also called the core infrastructure element of e-Estonia or Digital Estonia, which is data exchange layer or data exchange protocol, the way how all the government institutions are exchanging data. This is also the main question what we are receiving from the other countries abroad. This is the main issue what many countries are building up or are facing challenges with that how the different institutions who are having the data of the people or companies, how they could exchange it in a secure way. So we started from there. Of course, it's a long time now, but up to then it has been up and running, the whole system, which is the platform, which we are holding. There is no data on the platform. The data is exchanged through encrypted channels. We don't see the data. We don't even care the data, let's say, in this way. But the data is under the responsibility of the institutions who are exchanging it. So it is their contracts. The next, 2002, is also a very significant year because in the opinion of some people, then the parliament made a non-democratic decision as they adopted the law which makes the ID card mandatory to everybody. So there was a huge discussion in the parliament. And then the ID card became mandatory, but at the same time there were no fines or no penalties if the people didn't take it or if you didn't go for that. But it was made in a way that very soon through the next years everybody started understanding that I want it, I need it, I'm going to apply for it, I'm going to have it. So as there were so many e-services coming up all the time actually. So now this is exactly October. The Estonia's ID card and digital signature are celebrating 20 years of anniversary. So would be like already 2 years being adult and allowing to buy also some other products in the grocery stores maybe. So e-school, everybody knows what it is. Everybody has it probably. Eesti.EE. This is also the solution what has been quite interesting for many others. This is not part of the core infrastructure element. This is rather nice to have, especially when it came. It was like nice to have for the people and for the citizens in Estonia. But now, of course, everybody considers it like we must have it, we can't live without it. This is the platform when the people log in and they see everything in one place. So the person doesn't need to know really, if I want to sell my car, what's the name of the authority, where I have to go, what I have to do for that, or all these things, whatever we get. So you always go there and you get by the topics, like the guidelines, what to do, where to go, where are the applications, and everything is there. So, and we are again the authority which is managing it. Of course, now there are many new innovations. It has changed many times. And the good thing is that this is also available in English, so all of you can easily see it, what it is, how it works. The only thing you cannot do, you cannot log in with your ID card. And all people in Estonia, they can also see their data there. So they have to log in and they can see, for example, I can see that what was the year when I graduated my university, what's the name of my family doctor, if I haven't used it for years, I have forgotten, even the dog's vaccines, my car documents, like everything. So, but at the same time, the issue of the security is there, that the data is not there on the platform. So in this moment, when I log in and I start making different requests, the data is coming from these different authorities who are still responsible of keeping this data and keeping it safe and secure. So the data is never stored in one place in Estonia. Every institution is still there following GDPR and all the Estonia's laws, which have been there before GDPR for many, many years, since 2001 mainly. Updated after that. So the safe and secure digital world has been the key word how the development has been done. Let's go on. Here, the most interesting, maybe iVoting. I don't know how many people have tried to see what it is exactly. But just to emphasize that this is not electronic voting in a mean that you have maybe seen in the movies done in Latin American countries or in US. This is not the electronic machine standing somewhere. This is really the online voting when everybody is giving their vote with their digital signature, using their ID card, using their PC, and using their PIN 1 and PIN 2 numbers. This has been done since 2005, and more people like it, because they don't like to think that, okay, there will be the elections this weekend, but I was planning to travel this weekend, or I was planning to be in the spa on the other side of the country, or the people can do it from anywhere. Last time it was done from more than 150 countries actually. And even in the big countries, if we have the embassy there, let's say Australia and US, it's very, very costly to travel to the embassy in the big countries. So the government has made it really available for everybody. Wherever you are, you need to have your PC, and you can do it. It's not yet doable through the mobile phones, but we are working on that. It will come. So and when the first time it was done, actually, it was like 1.7% of the voters did it online. But last time, 15 years later, already 47% of the ballots were cast online. So it's like getting more and more, and maybe now at the beginning of March we are going to have the general elections, parliamentary elections. Maybe that's going to be 50% or over 50. Let's see. Now it's like a first opportunity, maybe, which is not, the target or any goal. But as every time it has increased, now there's a chance. But the most important, of course, it's the security and the platform and that it would be convenient and easy for the people and all these issues. So this is again what our authority is doing and working. So I'm not going to emphasize more maybe here. 2010 e-prescriptions. I guess most of the people here in the audience, they have the same system in their country already. It's again that people found it very useful if they can just go to the pharmacy and pick up their prescription, their medication, that they don't need to go to the family doctor before, they don't need to wait until they get the appointment to the doctor, then they get the prescription and then they go to the pharmacy, especially for the elderly people who are taking the same medications for years, so that they can just renew it easily, calling to the doctor saying like, okay, my 3 months of medication's over now, it was fitting to me, everything is fine, so would you prolong it? And it works well. And of course, during these last 2 years, I am not gonna call out this name, but it was very, very useful during this time now that the people didn't need to go to the doctor, so they could easily get their things. And it works very well with Finland and with few other countries now. They have started. So I have to hurry up as the time is running. Here, okay. Here two things maybe what might be more interesting than some others. Data embassy. We are the first country who created data embassy because we considered that due to the geopolitical situation we need to keep our data also somewhere else, not only in Estonia. So we made a deal with a nice and friendly country to us, so Luxembourg. We have a data embassy there where we are keeping the most important data which is important for the existence of the country. So you can think what all these things are. So just in case. And it's also an interesting project for our IT experts, how to deal with that exactly and all these issues. So the second thing to emphasize here is the last one from 2021, bureaucrat, which is a virtual assistant of the person that we are building up. We have a team working in our office since 1 year now. This is the AI solution which is supposed to come out soon. There are some testings already. Basically that the people wouldn't need to look the information on the computer, that they could say that just please, I need a doctor's appointment, and you get it. Maybe some of you know what is Siri, made by Apple, some of you are using it, but now the government is building something by the government, something specific. You'll find, if you Google for bureaucrat, you'll find in YouTube there is a kind of introduction video as well, which is 2 minutes, I think, about it. It tells you more about the technical background as well, so it will be something interesting probably. Let's hope there is still the building at the beginning. I was also asked to talk about the consolidation of the services, which is the issue for many of us, as the resources are always very limited. This is what has been done in Estonia, that there are IT houses that are serving many ministries and many institutions, so that every institution does not need to have their own IT department and IT service. We just can't afford it, and it's taxpayers' money, it's people's money. We need to use it in the best way we can. And also our government always considers that the government is in the service of the people, not the opposite. So how we can do the things in the best way to provide the services to the people. So I have put us there because we are providing the platform to all the others, as we have the data exchange layer and we have the cybersecurity, the national CERT. So and the base of the electronic signature and all that, but all the others are working on the top of what we are providing, but at the same time the services are really like consolidated. And it is also easier to keep it professional. So if there are many small IT houses, then we can really have a doubt if they manage to have all these resources, human resources, financial resources, to keep the highest level of service and the security. So, but the consolidation has been something what has been useful in Estonia. Yeah, the three main pillars of the core infrastructure base and the cybersecurity as enabler for all of that. This is more or less our institution, what we are doing, but you see what is where the Estonia is standing on which pillars really. Just to emphasize. So a closer look at cybersecurity and how do we protect. I'm not going to talk about all the things what you heard in previous very interesting panel already, very technical as well, but I would like to really bring out the word cooperation, which is the key for everything. Now, if you don't cooperate with all the agencies, with all the private sector community, it doesn't work, it cannot work. So I have put some words what are like key words what you have to do, and the community events. In a situation when something really happens in the country, you might need to ask for help from the other cybersecurity experts in the country who are maybe not part of your agency, but if you know them already, you have made joint exercises, joint trainings, you have had some glass of beer in the evenings, so you know who is who, you know what are the skills of the people, and it will really help you to come out of the crisis situations. This is what our experience shows, and believe me, we have had many crises over these 20 years when everything became digital in Estonia. As my time is over, just rushing through the last slide. Information security standard as a management tool. Just to mention that we have a new information security standard, and it will be also available in English very soon, but this is the new one and very complex one with different modules meant for different sectors and meant really for a very digital society. So if anyone is interested in that later, let us know, and our experts who developed it, they will be happy to share their experience. There's implementation going on all over the country. We are the ones leading the implementation, as we are leading the supervision and regulatory oversight all over the country, which means that our experts are going out all over the country and checking how the information security standard is implemented well or not so well, and if there can be some issues done better, or even if there are some institutions that need to be fined after the long process when they many times haven't done their homework. So the challenges, the last one, HR policy. This is a big challenge for us because Estonia has been so successful in having unicorns. At the moment they say that there are 11 unicorns. So, which means that by the salaries we cannot really compare with them. We can't really compete with the salaries of the best cybersecurity experts that they can provide. And legacy management. Last summer also, not the last, but the summer 2021, we also had the kind of cybersecurity incident, which was the legacy case, actually. So we have to pay more and more attention open systems that have just left there, because there is always kind of lacking money to deal with old things, but we got the lesson last summer, and then of course it helped us to get some funds from the government to deal with the legacy what we have in the digital systems, actually. So cybersecurity, no need to focus on that anymore. This is a challenge for all of us, as we've heard here. Supply chain security, the same. We all know that it's the issue, and someone also said before very well that if you find a company, if you find a vendor who promises you that he will fix all these issues, so don't buy it. It can't be true. It can't be fixed, everything. Secure government cloud, the same. Some countries have reached a bit further in these issues, in these regulations. Some countries are building it up. Some countries are looking at the others in order to get the best practices and avoid mistakes, maybe. And all of us, we are struggling with the same things. So it's important that all of us we exchange this experience and information what we've got. And the last point I wanted to mention is the hybrid war. This is the biggest challenge what we have. in our region, in Europe in general, there's a war on the ground. There's a war in the networks. There's a war in the media, like everywhere. So this is what we have to deal with, and where we certainly have to stay united. This is the only thing that can help. So thank you very much. If you have questions, I will be very happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for a very inspirational presentation. There are some questions on Slido, but we'll leave them for the end of the session. I will ask Mr. Petr Seifert from the National Cyber and Information Security Agency to prepare his presentation. I also invite you to think if you will have questions towards Mr. Seifert, because he has to also leave before the end of the session. So in case you'll have questions towards him, we will take them after the presentation. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. As you heard, my name is Petr Seifert. I'm the education team leader of the National Cyber and Information Security Agency. I will cover the topic you can see. I will look at the education system from the perspective of setup, capacity, and flexibility. Those are three key words which we actually deal with. That's my aim. As you can see, I will be talking about the NUKIP's perspective. I will not talk about the perspective of other ministries, agencies, or other people or bodies. It's our perception, how we see it, and everything I will mention in here is our own, I would say, inner analysis which we did. Due to the limited time which I have, like 15 minutes, I can't go quite deep into the problem. So please, if you have questions or if you want to discuss a little bit more on the topic, then you can contact me. My contact information is at the end of this presentation. So, what's the current situation in the Czech Republic? Here's the basic question which we're really trying to solve in the NUKIP, in my team, when we're trying to solve how to proceed with the education system development. I believe that many of you are asking the same question or similar questions, trying to solve your own problems. So the question is: do we produce enough cybersecurity experts? Our answer is no, we don't. Our capacities are quite limited. We all know that there has been a shortage of cybersecurity experts on all levels. It doesn't matter if you're talking about the state level, public sector, private sector, we're talking about ministries, regions, it doesn't matter. We are lacking them everywhere. As if that were not enough, it is going to be slightly more complicated in very near future. Because with the new Network Information Security Directive, NIS2, we as NUKIP, we estimate that we're going to need, or actually there will be 6,000 more organizations falling our umbrella. And what it means is that that will increase the demand of cybersecurity experts. Naturally, that leads us to our education system, and the question is it good enough? Our answer is, it's not yet enough. So the next slide will explain a little bit more. It's just a simple bridge. And this is exactly what is available to us right now. It's an ancient bridge, which is connecting two sides of a problem, supply and demand. But what it means that it's working, but it reflects old ways of doing the problem or the business. Of doing the educational business. Simply put, we are many years behind the cybersecurity sector demand development, and bridge like this doesn't allow us to do more. Such a bridge represents slow, old ways of doing our business. It's impossible to keep the pace with the demand development when we have such a choke point in the system. One lane system which doesn't allow us to go more ways. So we need to adapt, adjust, and speed up what we do. We need a new bridge, something like this. I would say we need a modern multi-lane bridge reflecting our digital era. A bridge connecting two sides of the problem in an efficient and high-speed manner. We need diverse and large capacity education system. That's why I have a bridge like this in here. So, this is the setup of education system which we have right now in the Czech Republic. You can see 3 points which I put in the presentation. Yes, it's true. It's relying too much on universities. Formal education and full-time oriented study plans. If you read studies which really deal with the market development in every area in the Czech Republic, for example, until 2030, you know that people will be older, you know that people will have to change their jobs quite more often, you know that the current educational system is not ready for it. So we have some issues with tertiary professional schools and upper secondary schools. They are not fully utilized, to be used for the development, actually to produce more cybersecurity experts. And also, we are lacking a systematic further education, which is limited, non-certified, or even non-existent. I'm talking about reskilling and upskilling capabilities. That's going to be a job for us ahead. If you go a little bit further, I have a little bit more information on another aspect of how we see the education system. And capacity-wise, we are not doing well, and you can see why. We have to deal with negative declining trends when it comes to the number of students and graduates of universities and tertiary professional schools. We need to utilize momentum that we notice in the upper secondary education when we are quite successful, even though we don't support it properly. And also, we need more cybersecurity dedicated programs. You see that we have 60 universities, 151 tertiary professional schools, and 780 upper secondary schools with maturity exams. All of these schools are part of the formal education system, but still it's not enough. You see how many programs with cybersecurity or ICT we have, and you see the trends, and the numbers which you can see actually are from our Czech Statistics Office, and they cover the last 10 years, and you see where we have the greatest jump, and how universities are doing. So this is the third point, flexibility of the education system, and that's basically what matters the most for us. It's very limited, and our reaction time, flexibility, if you wish, is very limited, and it's not enough. Can we afford to wait between 3 and 5 years or even longer, depending on the situation, to produce more cybersecurity experts? I don't think so. We don't have this luxury. Can we afford not to keep the pace with the cybersecurity sector development speed? I don't think so. We need to do something a little bit more and faster. So, by the way, what is the real demand number? Or actually, what are the real numbers? Everybody's talking about that we don't have experts. But what are the real numbers? We don't know in the Czech Republic. We have estimates only, and they vary. So what I did in the past, this is from the middle of the year. I got the numbers. I got some numbers, I would say, from the Labor Office of the Czech Republic. They do collect some numbers, and that's the result. I posted only a couple of things in here, and as you can see, it's very, very difficult to quantify how many cybersecurity experts we need and how many cybersecurity experts we should prepare for the jobs. And there are plenty of reasons for it. What we actually see is that we don't see cybersecurity experts. We see ICT. I know it's a part of it, but to quantify the numbers, we need to separate ICT and cybersecurity jobs. That's the first thing we need to do, so we cannot quantify. It's not trackable. Insufficient statistics. Some organizations, ministries, they do have some statistics, but they are not interconnected and they don't provide us with the real picture. You see the number over there, 3,374 ICT jobs were in records registered as open in the Czech Republic in the middle of this year. Almost 100% of them, they came from the private sector, no public sector. There was just only cases like this. It says something. In reality, there were more jobs than 3,000. In reality, it was twice more. It was almost 7,000 or 7,000 plus something. And the reason is that some of the unique jobs which were listed on the list, they were multiplied by companies by 10, 5, 6, so depending on the situation. The problem which we have, for example, with these statistics or with this data set is that it listed jobs from 2014 until 2022. So somebody is not working properly with that statistic. So that's another issue. And as you can see on the right side of my slide, there are education requirements listed by the employers. You see that most required education requirement was upper secondary school, maturita exam. Almost 1,400 jobs. The second one, bachelor's degree. You can see it, 1,000 of them. Others are not significant. And what troubles me is that in 300 cases, employers didn't require proper education. They listed like basic education, something like that, which is not okay. So, based on what I said and what you saw, and based on our strategy documents which we produced in the past, here is one of the priorities of my director of my agency for the next year, and you can read it by yourself. We're gonna work on it. So the next year we're gonna change some things, and at the end of this presentation you'll see what courses of action we're gonna take. So here's the list. It's not complete, just only a couple of ideas which we are working on right now. So first thing we have to do is, let's say, to shape the National Register of Occupations which we have. If we don't do it, then we can't do the second step, which is the National Register of Qualifications, because basically we have between 4 and 5 cybersecurity jobs in the Czech Republic. That's what's listed in our Cybersecurity Act, and also what's listed in National Register of Occupation. That's all. But we know there are more. And in cooperation with Masaryk University in Brno, we identified, in case of NUKIP, we identified like 45 cybersecurity jobs, technical or non-technical, which we really have in NUKIP, and we're going to work with this one. We're going to push this agenda forward. Also, we need to work on acceptance of commercial cybersecurity certificates, one of the fastest ways how to work with this system. Actually, in the case of upper secondary schools, there's a trial right now, experiment, when schools, they are trying actually to work with certificates to accept them as a part of their maturita exam. So if some students come up with commercial cybersecurity certificates from 5 companies which were listed for the testing, they can be accepted as a part of their practical maturita exam. And we're gonna push this forward and work this out. It's gonna be over, I guess, next year, and after that we'll see how we will work with this. Also, we need to increase the number of cybersecurity dedicated program in formal education. We need to support professionally oriented bachelor's programs. We're not academic guys. We need to get people with cybersecurity education to start working in companies, to start working for the state. So for us, priority is professionally oriented bachelor's programs. Also, we need to support upper secondary schools, cybersecurity centers of excellence. Every region should have one, at least one. There are some regions which already started with this, and in the future we will have more. They will function as a hubs for other high schools who will be active in cybersecurity studies. Also, we will put greater emphasis on blended and online learning, depending on how the society will develop, how older we'll get, how often we will change the jobs. We think that for us there's a great opportunity in blended and online learning. You can go to any cyberhead. You can see what we have over there when it comes to the tertiary education. And in this tertiary education, we have six programs, and all of them are full-time programs. I could easily study in Finland, online study as a Czech, and I wouldn't have to go to Finland for it, but not in the Czech Republic. I'm the busy guy with family. I want to change my job. I can't, because I would have to go to school, stay in the school, not doing my job, not taking care of my family. And this is the future, I guess. There also will be wide involvement of formal education institution, further education, which is the sideline which we need to keep, reskilling, upskilling, great emphasis on this one. We're going to work a little bit more on development of further education program outside of formal education institutions, private enterprises, and so on. And one of the points which already been mentioned in here today, we're gonna work on increase of the share of women and girls in cybersecurity sector, because we have 10%, we need at least 80%, and I would go a little bit further. So that concludes my presentation. And just in case you want to discuss these things with me, please, here is my contact. You can contact me anytime, and we can discuss this. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seifert. I don't see any questions on you on Slido. I don't know if there are any questions from the audience. If they appear later, we will deliver. Thank you very much. For our next presentation, I will ask Mr. Eugenio Kreutorov from the National Service of IT and Cybersecurity from Moldova to speak to us about Moldova's experience with capacity building. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, I would like to thank to Eastern Partnership and to officials of the Vysočina region for hosting and for this conference. Dear participants, honorable guests and speakers, we all felt the effects of Russian aggression against the Ukraine. Even the Republic of Moldova, not long after the start of the war, was attacked by a massive cyber attack by hackers group from the Russia called Killnet. And these attacks are permanent but with different intentions. That is why we are here to cooperate between our countries to strengthen our capabilities in the field of cyber security. In my presentation, I will talk about the Moldovan situation in cybersecurity and in capacity building. So first of all, I would like to present our institution that I represent. So I'm from Information Technology and Cybersecurity Service, which is a public institution that was reformed in 2018. And this institution, pursuant to governmental decision from 2020, has been designated as a government cybersecurity incident response center, CERT.GOV, and is the single point of contact and reporting of cybersecurity incidents for the governmental departmental CERT structures. The main fields of activity of our institutions are telecommunication system of public administration authorities, the maintaining of mCloud infrastructure of governmental cloud, maintaining of government public key infrastructure, administration of state information systems. We are also the register of the top-level domain .md, and also we As I said, we are center point of contact for cybersecurity, so we are designated as CERT.GOV. Also, our institution is certified with ISO 27001, and we are accredited members of FIRST and Trusted Introducer. What about the framework of the Republic of Moldova? Pursuant to the Parliament decision, the information security strategy of the Republic of Moldova for 2019 and 2024 and the action plan for its implementation were approved. So it's based on the 4 pillars. The first one is security of cyber international space, cyber informational space, security of media information space. The third is enhancing of operational capabilities, and the fourth, process optimization, coordination, and international cooperation. And also the main stakeholders that are involved in this information security strategy and the action plan is the ITSEC, Information Technology and Cybersecurity Service, the government agency, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Internal Affairs, the General Prosecutor Office, and the Intelligence Service. So, what are the current activities in the Republic of Moldova? We are currently in process of drafting a government decision for the implementation of the State Register of Cybersecurity Incidents, following the governmental approval of its concept. At the same time, we have several processes started with the involvement of external development partners regarding the analysis of the current cybersecurity situation and the need to create the national CERT. In May this year, with the support of the European Commission, the project Moldova Cybersecurity Rapid Assistance was initiated and will be implemented over 18 months with a group of external experts led by the e-Governance Academy team leader from Estonia. The main objective of the project is to align the regulatory legal framework with international and European standards in this field, including the EU NIS directive, to strengthen cyber resilience in the government sector, to develop a governance model in the field of the cybersecurity, to identify and protect critical infrastructure, and to enhance external cooperation in the field of cybersecurity. The objectives of the Moldova Cybersecurity Rapid Assistance Project is to contribute to Moldova's regulatory framework and institutional capacity for network and information security, and to increase the cyber resilience of public sector organizations and key critical infrastructure sectors in Moldova. As a result, national cyber resilience, cyber security incident and risk management, and the capacity of key actors in terms of alignment and future implementation of the NIS directive will be improved and strengthened. What about capacity building in education, training, and awareness raising? So our institution perform different awareness raising events on the official page of the institution and social media. Also, we perform cybersecurity professional training for both public and private sectors. This year, we started cybersecurity, cyber hygiene courses for public authorities, and in May, we trained over 700 of employees of public authorities in cyber hygiene. Also, with the partnership of US government, we developed a self-learning tool for cybersecurity courses, especially for cyber hygiene for public authorities. Also, in capacity building for education, we plan to create a cybersecurity academy in the collaboration with the Technical University of Moldova, which will teach cybersecurity specialists that will be ready to work and to have to go to internship to different authorities and to cybersecurity companies. For capacity building at the national CERT and governmental CERT, we need to increase more cybersecurity professionals, to develop and ensure necessary tools, techniques, and processes for CERT operations. And also, we need to create forensics laboratories to strengthen the cybersecurity incident management. I would like to mention that Republic of Moldova benefits from important and massive external assistance from development partners in this regard, which makes us confident that with a little patience and perseverance, we will achieve remarkable results. At the end, I like to say that this conference is a good opportunity to start the fruitful collaboration in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And the last speaker in the session will be Mr. Tural Mamadov from the Special Communication and Information Security State Service in Azerbaijan. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's hard to speak at the end of the session. I know everybody is tired. So I'll talk about cyber hygiene. How many people do know what cyber hygiene is? I think almost we all know what cyber hygiene is. So I'll talk about Azerbaijan experience with capacity building, about our cyber hygiene project, and in this case, I'll also want to talk about the statistics, why we think cyber hygiene is important. So, as I am representing the Special Communication and Information Security State Service for Azerbaijan, we are responsible the security, cybersecurity of the government bodies. And here I'll show some statistics. So, as we are in the front of the government bodies and securing the government, we are working as a ISP and as a security service provider for the government bodies. So we have some statistics. Here I'm showing the last 7 months statistics of 2022. Here you can see, like in the first 7 months, the email received sent for the government bodies is more than 40 million. And the malware and phishing emails blocked within the same period is more than 1 million. So the other statistic is the fake domains with the name of .gov.AZ. The similar name blocked is like more than 40. And URLs blocked by security firewalls is more than 224 million. So all these statistics shows that the more attacks are targeting people, the 80 and 90% of the attacks are targeting the peoples rather than the information systems. It's easy to attack the people who use the information systems and steal some data about the information systems rather than to attack the information system itself and to get some data from there. So the people are the main targets for today's, and the easy targets for the hackers, so that we implemented the cyber hygiene project. I also want to talk about some statistics from the global statistics. Like this one, Gartner says that phishing emails will continue to be the primary method used by the advanced attack until 2022. I think it's going to long much more. So the other issue statistic is 27% of the people even don't notice phishing emails, and 27% of people don't notice a complicated email at all. Even 3% of the people can notice if it's phishing mail or not. So we need to teach people how to compete with them and how to notice such kind of attacks. And why it is important? Because according to statistics, 91% of the data breaches start with phishing attacks. So cyber hygiene. So in a cyber hygiene project, we started to work in 3 areas. First one is information security policy, that we saw that in more organization and in more places there is no information security policy implemented properly. So we created a sample of the information security policy and sent it out to our government entities and also private sectors to implement this policy. And the other one is online simulation and test platform, Cybersecurity.AZ. This platform is, we took this experience from the Estonian CyberXer company, and the platform is certificated and awarded by NATO. And we also provided online trainings to raise information security awareness. So about the information security policy, it includes the areas that you see here. So it consists of access control, identification and authentication, data classification, and so on. I don't want to list all this. You can see it here. So it also includes the security during the vacation. So, and cyber hygiene platform is the online test and attestation platform for the cyber hygiene users. For the first project, we started a pilot project for 10,000 users. These users is from government entities and also from private sectors. We, as a government body, we were coordinating the government side of the users. So, according to our statistics for the pilot project, we had 4,000 users. We had 4,000 users registered for the platform, and 83% of them for now completed the first stage. The cyber hygiene platform in this project, it consists of 3 stages. First stage is to measure, to test users according their ability about cyber simulations and so on, test questions. And after we do trainings according their answers, we see what area they need to be trained, and then we design special trainings for them. And after we do the same tests with different questions and see and compare the difference of the results and see if the trainings and if the project itself were successful or not. So here you can see the area of the questions where you can measure a possible risk area here. So you can see the personality of the users, like the knowledge, the exposure and belongings. Like the questions consist of 4 main areas, and the questions are about removable medias, portable devices, social media, email, internet, corporate culture, information management, shortcut exceptions, perceptions, attitude, discipline, authentication. So according to these questions, you can measure the users, the employees' knowledge, their personality, if they are following the rules, principles, and how do they secure their belongings, and also the exposure factor of the employees. So here are the results of the first and second tests after trainings. You can see in the first phase the orange dots showing the risk area of the users after first test. And here you can see the green area after trainings. The users, the risk area narrowed, and you can see the difference. So if you show the results, the initial results of the project in the numbers, in the low risk level improvement was 4%, medium risk level improvements were 42%, risk level improvements were 60%, and high risk level improvements were 100%. So according this number, we can say that the cyber hygiene project is really successful, and I would even recommend everybody to have such kind of project in their own country or in their own company or government entity. What's the plan for the future of the cyber hygiene project? For us, we have included cyber hygiene project in our information security strategy, so that we work more widely on cyber hygiene project to educate people and to raise awareness of information security of people. And also we plan these cyber hygiene tests to be implemented in civil service exams, so that the people who gets the job, they should know that the information security awareness is as important as their experience in their own professions. So here are our global cybersecurity index for 2020, and we think that after cyber hygiene project, our cybersecurity index in global indexes gonna rise high. So it's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting indeed. So that was the last presentation of this session. Thank you to all the participants who are and who are not already here. We do have some questions in Slido, but since we already are a bit behind in the time schedule due to, well, we started a bit late after the lunch, I'd like to take just 2 questions which have the most likes. I don't know if we'll see them. Okay, let's take the first one. What can we do to have Czechitas activities in Vysočina region?
Thank you for question. Not yet, but we have online courses, and they cover all of our portfolio.
Thank you very much. And we can do one more question. What are the 7 invisible services in Estonian list of e-government projects? So that's toward Ms. Urb.
Is it working? The mic? Okay. Yeah, the invisible services. In Estonia, there's an approach that the government is in the service of the people. So, which means that if there is already what they know, the people shouldn't apply. For example, if the person is giving birth in the hospital, the person doesn't need to apply for the funds or for allocation. What is usually to get. So the birth has been already registered in the hospital, and the baby gets ID number before he or she gets the name. So the government knows it already, that there was a baby born to this and this person, so the funds should be there. Not that the people have to run with their few weeks or days old baby somewhere to try to register and the things like that. So which means that the administrative burden must happen behind the scenes, what can facilitate the life of the people. That's the main point of all that, so thanks.
Thank you very much. So, thank you once again for all the presentations. As I said, we do have some more questions. I don't know if maybe you have a quick question from the audience. If not, and something comes up to your mind, please do send it through Slido and we will address it in the last session. And coffee break. No, wake-up call. Let's go for coffee. As I said, we're a bit behind, so let's take 15 minutes for coffee. And we will meet back in 1620. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had time to refresh at least quickly. And let us start with session number 4. Which will be the last session when you will hear presentations from participants. Then we have one last concluding session before the end of the conference. So, session number 4, which will focus on partnership and financial resources. This session will be chaired or moderated by Petr Pavlinec, who's the CIO of Vysočina region. And we will hear presentations from Radovan Igliar. Radovan, your chair is here. Radovan Igliar is from CESNET, Czech Republic. Then we will hear from our friends from Armenia, Mr. Meruzhan Antonian, who will speak about he's from Digitalization Department of the Ministry of High-Tech Industry in Armenia. And he will be also joined by Aram Karamian from the Embassy of the Republic of Armenia in Prague, Czech Republic. And the last presentation will be presented by Karolina Menšíková from the NUKIP Agency, Czech Republic. So thank you very much for being here. Enjoy the session, and I give the floor to Petr.
Klar, thank you. I don't have anything to add, and please, Radovan, if you could join us and start with your presentation.
So, good afternoon. My name is Radovan Igliar, and my presentation is about our experience in cybersecurity and Czech healthcare for the past 2 years, the challenges we had, experiences and lessons learned. So first to say how the Czech healthcare system works in Czech Republic. Czech Republic healthcare system is financed indirectly, or the healthcare providers are financed indirectly through the health insurance system. So thus there is no central budget for IT or cybersecurity within the health sector. The sector is fragmented. It's being funded by several bodies. There are different types of healthcare providers. Teaching, faculty, hospitals, regional, specialized, and so on. And ICT at hospitals is pretty much, or was pretty much, perceived as marginal. There was no central authority. So thus, cybersecurity as a topic was underfinanced and understaffed. However, we have a Cybersecurity Act in place in Czech Republic where healthcare providers were identified as essential service providers or operators. At the beginning of COVID, it was 60, now it's 44 institutions. So what has happened for, last two and a half years? Well, as you know, COVID came. And that was a significant breakthrough, let's say, in a way, because in a really fast moment, the healthcare system goes under big pressure, politically, socially, within the whole world. But still, there was a big technical debt, and there is also a big difference in the level of IT support within the institutions. There was a rapid need for digitalization because there was vaccination, there was testing, how to share the data, how to exchange them, and so on. And the issue of cybersecurity, still is personally and financially underestimated. So thus the health providers were very easy and wealthy targets for the different attacker groups. And so what have happened, what was on this slide, that, several hospitals have been hacked. They were hacked in Czech Republic, but it were hacked in France, USA, UK, and it was all the world. So we were not so special, but still there were several, security incidents within Czech Republic in healthcare sector. The biggest one was Faculty Hospital in Brno, which was at the beginning of COVID, and it cost the hospital of not working for more than, 2-3 weeks at least. Still, there are some problems after this incident. Mostly the vector was phishing, ransomware, but the trend is also changing. That at the beginning it was more about dysfunction of the hospital and getting a ransom. Now it's more getting worldwide into ransom of the money, of leakage of the data which the attackers gain. More can be read in the article of our colleagues which have published in the journal about the experience which has been done or which was in Czech Republic. So what was the reaction to this, big change and problems which have arisen? Well, we found out that there is no superhero to solve all the problems, and that we need to collaborate and work closely together, and also that nobody will do it for you, that we have to somehow work together and help to raise the system and to elaborate on how we can make, cybersecurity and healthcare system better. So thus, there is more emphasis on cooperation and communication. So we started something which we called Hospital SOC, Security Operations Center initiative, which objective of the initiative was to establish a community that will increase the number of health service providers operating secure information technologies with sufficient technical and personal background. And the main aim was to cooperate in the building of cybersecurity in the healthcare sector, and we drafted a memorandum which has been signed by several healthcare sector providers or hospitals, 3 universities, 1 ministry, and several other partners. So this was something like the public claim that we want to work together. What are our goals? What we want to achieve? After some discussion with the Ministry of Health, we received a support letter from the Ministry of Health, but the Ministry of Health is not the one ministry stated here. It's a contrary, it's something Czech specific. So this is the picture of all the hospitals and partners being engaged in this HSOC initiative, which are mainly hospitals, but also, as I said, universities, founders of but also NUKIP as the national agency, cybersecurity agency. So what the objective is? Well, we are stronger when we unite and pull together, right? So, but the security, as we declared, must be part of basic principles of how the institutions operate, that the responsibility of the security cannot be outsourced, but that the institutions have to be responsible by themselves. They need to build competencies, develop the expertise, responsibility and consistency. And to support the cooperation, we inspire, share, and cooperate in the, let's say, best practice sharing. So how we organize? First we'll say, why did CESNET got engaged into EITSOC? Well, it was said already before my colleague Radek today in the morning. CESNET was kind of logical partner because we are the association of universities, so we connect mostly also the faculty teaching hospitals. We connect and provide services to other, let's say, institutions, and we build a national infrastructure, which is the network in the Czech Republic with the backbone of 400 gigs. We support approximately 500,000 end users. We do run high-performance computing, big storage facilities, and we provide monitoring and security tools. So we are kind of a technology partner of the EITSOC initiative. This is the map of hospitals that are involved in the or are connected to CESNET and which are involved in the EITSOC. So what is the EITSOC? Well, it is a platform for the exchange of information, for the exchange of good practice. We have a warning and coordination communication channel, something like the threat intelligence. When some hospital detects some activities which are not correct, they can report and the others can learn. There is also a platform for sharing services. We want to build this as an education platform and unite the, let's say, community of IT professionals in a healthcare system. What is not at the moment is not a universal solution. We are not saying that we will save all. We just want to start a cooperation and start a community. How we organize? Well, inspired by internet governance, let's say we built several task forces or working groups. One of them is EITSOC Emergency. It is an emergency communication channel where all the institutions on one side receive the information about vulnerabilities, 0 days threats, and so on. But also they can post like that they have some information about some awarenesses, that they need some help if they have some problem, and so on. EITSOC Tech is a working group where we focus on standards, best practice sharing, network security analysis, and we organize workshops and knowledge-based sharing seminars. EITSOC MKB, or Security Managers Forum, is a forum for sharing experience with the audits and estimates how to start, let's say, cybersecurity management within the hospitals. Education and HR, it's about capacity building and resource development. Working group is the kind of managing body. It's a list of signatories of that memorandum I said. EITSOC board is a smaller operation group which meets every 2 weeks and organizes all the work. And there is also management CIOs. We publish everything transparently on the website, so you can read it also online. Also, we started providing a secure network, or EITSOC VRF. It's something like the network within our network. So this is our backbone. We have started a VRF within the network, which has some specific rules and specific policies. We provide the institutions with the tools that they can get the data from our monitoring services, and also they can apply, for example, some restrictions to something like firewall on demand, but it's based on EXA-FS system. So they can get the information, and they can do also some actions if they detect something which they say it's not okay. So at the moment there is 10 hospitals connected within this EITSOC VRF. Some more are in the process of connecting into, because there are some tasks that have to be done in order to connect them. We provide them with some tools, and we apply these strict rules and policies. So it provides redundancy in the internet connections because those institutions have to be connected to 2 different lines. It gives them protections against IP spoofing, forgery of prefixes, amplification and DDoS attacks, some scans, but also provides them with these tools for analysis and regulation and automatic redirection of the traffic after the detection systems. So this is a show of some of the detected attacks which were not detected on the backbone, but were detected only in the HSOC VRF. And this is one special. Usually this is like standard, and this is some peak which was detected and blocked after the detection systems. So what is the conclusion of the presentation? Well, cybersecurity, it has to be a priority. We are dependent on ICT in every activities of our daily life. It's a never-ending process. It must be systematic. It cannot be done like when one time you say, oh, I have this magic and we will sort it out. We have to work on it for a long time and really put our energy into it. Keys, I think, and we think is the key is collaboration and cooperation. We are trying to find the synergies and share the resources. And it's not only about technology. Mostly you buy some stuff, some hardware, which you think, or the founders might think it will solve the problem. But mostly it is about the people and about the processes. What's our plan, or what plans we have? We want to still be working on the standards. We want to set a distributed CERT team within those institutions connected to the HSOC VRF. Provide some more services like monitoring security tools, disaster recovery, phishing testing tools. Be working on the emergency platform and communication procedures. Working on the education and capacity building, and also doing more in support if some hospitals need some really fast action help.
Radovan, thank you very much. We are a little bit late of our schedule, but still, if you have any short question for the audience, there are some. If not, thank you again, and we can go through the questions from the Slido at the end of the session. Now I want to welcome colleagues from Armenia. First of all, Mr. Karamian, who is going to present us something in brief, how the Armenia is dealing, sorry. Yeah. And then we will be accompanied with this short speech of Mr. Antonian. Is it okay? Sorry, I will switch the presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Merujan. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present here. I have mainly a technical background in incident response, malware analysis, and discovering new techniques and procedures of adversary. This presentation will be more high level, so I'm trying new things as well. Bear with me. So we're gonna go through this presentation. We're gonna go through increasing digitalization of Republic of Armenia, the dark side of this increasing digitalization, and the cybersecurity, which we are interested in here. A bit of cybercrime. We like to separate them. Actually, we don't include the cybercrime inside the cybersecurity. For us, it's a bit different topic. All the cybersecurity projects of Republic of Armenia and international partnership to achieve them, and we're not alone in this journey. We'll see. So the increasing digitalization of all aspects of citizens' life. It started with online banking, online shopping, and now the country, all services provided by the government starting to get digitalized. This is a very big opportunity for the government to be more responsive, to be more efficient, to create the trust between the and for the citizens to create an engagement with the government by getting the more responsive, more efficient services from them. But the challenges for the government is to provide all these services in a secure fashion to all citizens and through all regions, not only for the capital or any only main regions, from everywhere and including at the time of crisis. Some of the project inside the digitalization department that we have, the digitalization standards for user experience. We are working on unified user interface across all services. This is highly important. We saw in previous presentation the main attack vector is the phishing. It's still the phishing. So having standardized the UI will teach used to call them users, but citizens actually to be more aware of phishing, and this is works for phishing when you are in spray and pray kind of attacks, but this is still important to combat the phishing. National ID system. This is going to be our single sign-on point for all services provided by the government. So it's going to be we'll implement multiple authentication mechanism. It's going to be easier from a single point to issue MFA. And another big topic is interoperability between all these services. This is going to be a standard and secure way for these services to communicate with each other. And there is no point to creating all this interoperability for each and every service. More we have services that are individual, more we have a surface for attack. So having them standardized is an opportunity to secure them as well. And equal access to the system for all municipalities, regions. This is going to help. This will be the building point of all the services. So the municipalities have something to start with. So the dark side of digitalization, the cybersecurity. For the private sector, for instance, the main problem is the theft of financial information. But for the government, it's going to be citizens' private information, such as with whom they are in partnership, the religious belief, their sexual orientation, and so on. And this information, this is something that the government cannot fail. So this is going to be cannot fail, and this is something that the government works to build the trust between the citizens and the information the government is operating on. Citizens are the owners of the data, so this is about education. So education, the cyber awareness for the citizens, that it's not only the government. It's citizens who need to be aware of cybersecurity, the threats, the phishing, and everything, because they are the owners. They need to be aware of all these problems when handling with data. Cybercrime. Regarding the cybercrime, as I said, we have it in separate. So we are Armenia, Republic of Armenia is part of Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. In that matter, this convention facilitates international cooperation, information sharing, and mutual assistance to combat cybercrime. We're getting help from domestic legislation as well to combat cybercrime. Republic of Armenia is committed to meet the objectives of the convention by the help of Council of Europe and Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Ministry of will go through all all stakeholders of cybersecurity, but building depoliticized security and confidence in information and communication technologies. This is something that I want to put a high point on depoliticized. Sorry. This is we are committed to implement OSCE confidence building measures in a depoliticized manner, meaning that cybersecurity needs to be out of the government, no matter which government. It needs to be depoliticized. So some of the cybersecurity, the mission of actually high-tech ministries, protect people and information in the new and connected world. All the citizens' awareness, but the main challenge here is security versus usability. There is no point to making it highly secure but not usable. We need to find the balance here. And all these projects, the point is to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the citizens' data. And high-tech ministry is creating the policies and the best practices for the government and for all stakeholders of cybersecurity in Republic Armenia to follow. We are not creating it from scratch. We are following NIST cybersecurity framework with all the core components, setting them, identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover, and getting the control points from SP500, still from NIST, and securing during the digitalization and not after. This is coming from private sector where building the software, we don't think about, we always say we're going to think about security after having finished the software, but it never actually works. We need to implement the security during the development, during the digitalization. The next big topic we are working on, it's the CERT construction of Republic of Armenia. This is going to be the centralized incident handling point, the threat intelligence gathering and sharing point, and threat forecasting. And this is going to be also the capacity building central point from where the knowledge and the threat intelligence going to go down to the industries, to the private sector. This is going to be the main point for contact regarding cybersecurity. And we are not alone in this journey. We would like to thank all our international partners, and hopefully we will continue and have more and more to come to help us with this journey. Where we would like to thank you, Cybersecurity for East, CERT and SOC experts, knowledge sharing. We are having training sessions. This is highly important for us to get the knowledge and. Cooperation with the Interpol, Europol for the cybercrime combating. We're working with the Japanese government technical cooperation right now for more on training on technical side. This is going to be all for me. Thank you very much.
Respected organizers, ladies and gentlemen, respected panel, I will just go straight to the point, not without further delay, because we are quite behind of the schedule, as you mentioned. So allow me just to go ahead. Concerning the topic of today, cybersecurity, it's quite relevant also the situation of the connection of digital technologies and the hate speech. And I would like to inform that just several days before, on the 51st session of the Human Rights Council in Geneva, the permanent representation of Armenia, with co-sponsorship of 38 cross-regional countries, and there was a statement which is delivered at this session, and in this statement there is a concern expressed that while digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, present increasing opportunities and benefits their design, development, deployment and misuse may also entail risks to fundamental rights, democracy and the rule of law. And today, one of the main topic was the use of these technologies in cyber war tactics and hybrid war. Now, despite the immense opportunities that digital platforms have for increased public engagement and participation, we must be aware of the challenges posed by the platforms, their mechanical functions and algorithms. We are deeply concerned that the misuse of those platforms can amplify hate speech and contribute to national, ethnic and racial or religious polarization. Decisions based on algorithms, systems of predefined rules may amplify discrimination. So, just recently, we have the example of this hate speech spreading being the reason of flagrant human rights violations against the prisoners of war. And just recently, on September 13, Azerbaijan launched an unprovoked and unjustified military aggression against Armenia. This was not a border clash. It was a direct, undeniable attack against the sovereign and the territorial integrity of Armenia, which was condemned and addressed during the latest UN Security Council meetings and beyond. The vast majority of countries emphasized the inadmissibility of the use of force, the inviolability of Armenia's sovereign territory, and need for the return to the prisoners to the positions established before the mission. Now, there are quite many videos and photos spread on social platforms which comments you when you see under the videos and photos. The comments are totally within the hate speech frames, and that is giving even more continuation to the same situation later on during military aggression. In the videos demonstrated on Azerbaijani social media, the video depicts Azerbaijani servicemen torturing wounded Armenian prisoners of war, recording the bodies of the killed and Armenian servicemen, and the dissemination of social platforms continue to subject to bodies of the dead persons or to humiliating treatment. And the previous observations of human rights defender during the 44-day war in the autumn from September 27 to November 9, 2020, against the people of Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh, also detected the same hate speech and spread of the same kind of information on the social media, which brought to the same evidence in the recent clashes, where it was last Sunday when there was a video circulated on social media where quite several Armenian prisoners of war, clearly identified as unarmed and being prisoner of war, were just gunned down. Or there were also videos with elderly people in the same situation. The dead body of an Armenian female military was humiliated. A human finger was put in her mouth, and I don't want to go into disgusting details. So we advocate for the development of evidence-based strategies addressing the spread of hate online. We further call for a debate and multi-stakeholder dialogue on the role of social media platform and their instrumentalization by those seeking to spread hate, leading to the real-world discrimination and violence. Tech companies, civil society, and independent researchers should be invited to continue to the development of measures to address online hate speech and harassment. I hope today's presenters and mainly narrow tech specialists also can take into consideration how can it be done that international terrorism or other actors on the internet couldn't misuse these recent opportunities for this kind of purposes. I thank you.
Thank you very much to everyone. I think we can, if you want, you can take your seats. We will try to take the questions, go through all the questions that we have in Slido, and also any questions which we have from the public, from the participants. I see the questions here. I don't see the questions on the top. Please bear with us. We'll try to improvise here a little bit. So we see everything. Yes, you have a question also. So we'll go through the questions that we had before, and we'll try to go through all of them. Then we will ask Mr. Brizděl, representative of the Vysočina region, to Regional Council for closing remarks, and then we'll give you some final instructions on further program that we have prepared for you. So let's go through the questions. So, how to organize effective cybersecurity trainings for the elderly? What are the best practices? I think this was a question during my session, actually. It might have been meant towards Mr. Petr Seifert from NUKIP, but I was hoping to ask it to Mrs. Urb, because Estonia has quite wide services towards the public, e-services, and definitely education of the elderly is important. So if you could just a couple of words, sorry to put you on spot.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to share our best practices if there's interest for that. So regarding elderly, actually what I remember at the first sight at the moment is that a few years ago we made a dedicated cybersecurity month for the elderly. It was October, as October is a cybersecurity awareness raising month. But a few years ago, I think it was 2019, it was dedicated to the elderly, which means that many of our colleagues went out all over Estonia and met the different groups, let's say the groups of people who are gathering in the libraries, in the public libraries, for example. They helped them to be safe online. They were teaching the best practices. There were like special gatherings of the elderly organized by the municipalities. And again, many of our colleagues agreed to go there and to spend time with them. And also we engaged the university students who are part of the IT programs in university. And they were very eager to go to try their teaching skills in a different level than they are, for example. So it was very, very interesting for everybody, actually. And regarding the elderly, also what we are doing, that when we are working with the other groups from the society, we always ask that, but are you sure that your grandmother knows it? What about your grandfather? Please, please take care of them as well. So it's just part of the awareness raising, I think. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Next questions we have. Is here anyone from the Czech Ministry of Health who can compare Taiwan cybersecurity model of defense with the Czech one? Now, we don't have a representative from the Ministry of Health, but Radovan was talking about the health sector.
We have a lot of discussion in the Ministry of Health in Czech Republic. They don't have we had a discussion also with Eric yesterday. The difference in cybersecurity model in Taiwan is that they have ABC hospitals, which are founded somehow, but they centrally fund the operation of the HSOC Eric has been presenting. In Czech Republic, the status of the let's say cybersecurity strategy is more like hospitals have to sort this out by themselves. There is no central service like SOC or CERT or something like that. They are just saying that they have to comply with the Cybersecurity Act, which is in place, and that they are providing some methodological help, let's say, but no central funding. They are just saying that if the hospitals want to be solving cybersecurity, they can apply for some grants and schemes which are now becoming from the National Recovery Plan, but it's on the hospitals, no central way.
Thank you, Radovan. Next questions. Are there educational programs or at the university in the field of cryptology? Go ahead.
Yes, we work with the universities a lot. Yes, there are mainly on technical faculties in Prague, in Brno, in Ostrava. They are not only about cryptology. There are some cyber or security studies, usually as by the engineer or master degrees. So there are some courses. There is no like study program in cryptology by itself. It's always part of some technology program.
Thank you very much. Is cyber hygiene platform course mandatory for Azerbaijan public sector employees? I hope I interpreted it right. Thank you.
So cyber hygiene platform is now a pilot project, but we want it to be mandatory for the public sector. And I think the second question is also from my presentation, like fake domains. The fake domains, I mean the domains that were created similar to government domain names to fool the people and to be used for APTs or phishing attacks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have two more. What do you think about active offensive cyber operations in a national defense purpose? Now, I don't know who this is directed against, but if any of you feel you can answer, then go ahead. Otherwise, we will just leave it in the open. Petr?
I don't know if we have somebody from the national defense sector here. I'm not sure, so I don't feel.
So we will just leave you to think about the question.
We got the framework, the legal framework for that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we have a new law for that and legal framework for that in Czech Republic. So it is a topic, but
in our case, it's described in the law, which is giving some competencies to the army and their secret service.
Thank you. And we have one more question. Should Ukrainians and Georgia become a combatant status to protect their infrastructure against aggression? I don't know if we have any. Yes, we have a colleague from Georgia. I'm not sure if we still have anyone from Ukraine, but at least...
Thank you. Not sure about if I correctly understand the question.
I don't know either.
If we are talking about informational infrastructure, definitely if we are talking about the physical infrastructure and it is attacked by kinetic means, so if it depends on crazy situation, it's a terrorist threat or any other threat. So in case of war, like martial law or any war situations, and it's clear enough. If you are talking about more problems arise when talking about informational infrastructure, so when any country's let's say critical informational assets, like let's say banking system or electric grids, are under serious threats, and let's say the country is in total blackout or anything like this happens, and then, but the problem is that you have a problem with attribution. It's not always easy. So that someone stands up and says, it's me. No, it never happens. It takes time, it takes investigation, and you need to positively prove that someone you are going to blame, and later on it depends. There are a pretty much gray zone, so it's never easy. But if you forgive me, I have one question, having privilege of having a microphone, and if any of experts can share his ideas about possible developments of cyber threats related to 5G. So it's simply increased attack surface or some additional types and sorts of threats.
I think behind you.
Thank you. I will try to answer from the Ukraine side. I absolutely agree that it's a very difficult question. It's a low question. It's a very strategic question. But for the nowadays situation from Ukraine, I can say it as a civilian. I'm just a civilian. I can say that we can be more efficient in this war if we will have the right to provide the special offensive operations in cyber theater. But in law we can't, and so we have to be in law. So I don't know it's a question for the author or not, but it's my opinion, and I believe it's aligned with the most of people in Ukraine that we can be more efficient if we will allow to do it, but we can't.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all for all the answers. We have to stop the questions here because it's 17:25. We have only 5 minutes left in the conference, so if I can ask you, we can have the questions later on, but we really have to end. 5 minutes we have until the end of the conference.
I will be brief. I will be brief. I'm sorry, and I respect all of your times. I'm Günet from Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan. Unfortunately, our Armenian colleagues used yet another platform for unfounded and groundless allegations and accusations against Azerbaijan. It has been Armenia who has been for 30 years occupying the territories of Azerbaijan and committed war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide against Azerbaijani people during these 30 years. And they have created puppet regime in these territories of Azerbaijan, which is called Artsakh, which has never been recognized by any country in the world, including Armenia itself. So I would ask my Armenian colleague to next time to refer to the Azerbaijani territories as Karabakh. And at the same time, what happened back in September 2020, it was again Armenia who launched large-scale attack Azerbaijan, to which Azerbaijan had to respond with counter-offensive. And as a result of this war, Azerbaijan liberated its territories finally, and we started a large-scale renovation in these territories. So what happened in the night of 13th of September is not in the interest of Azerbaijan. We have been doing this large-scale renovation efforts, and unfortunately Armenia didn't implement the conditions of the trilateral agreement which ended the hostilities back in November 2020 and didn't withdraw its forces from Azerbaijani territories yet. So it's continuing its provocation against Azerbaijan, including the one that happened on the night of 13th of September. But despite all of this, Azerbaijan is ready, and we are continuously declaring our readiness to work on the conditions of the peace treaty to finally bring peace to the region, because we have been seeing enough confrontation during these 30 years in our region, and we think our region deserves peace, and we again call Armenian side to engage constructively and genuinely in the peace negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry. No, I'm sorry, but we are ending. I am very sorry. I am very sorry that some of the guests have really misused this conference for political statements. This was an expert conference, and this is not a political affairs conference. Please save this for another platform. We are speaking about cybersecurity. Gentlemen, if you don't like this, please leave the room. I'm sorry, but this is not a place for this. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'd like to finish now. We'd like to finish now with the closing statement from Mr. Břížděla, member of the Council of Vysočina Region for Education, Youth and Sport, and IT.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attendance to this conference, your presentation, discussion, question and answers. I hope and I believe the content of this conference was very inspiring for you, also innovating and maybe also inspiring. It's my pleasure to invite you in outside area where we prepared some grill party for you with tasting local beer. So enjoy the evening and thank you for the attention.
So thank you for the closing remarks. Thank you to all the experts who came here to discuss cybersecurity and resilience, the subjects why we came here to discuss. Thank you to all of you who were discussing fairly, and I hope that the discussion was beneficial for you. We do have some final program prepared for you. First of all, if you'd like to visit the Lookout Tower in the Church of the Holy Spirit, that's on the town square. It's that number 3, but I'm sure you can find it on Google Maps. You can visit it, and if you come there with a badge, they will let you in, and it's a really nice site overlooking the town, so I highly recommend it. Our colleague at 6? Until 6, it will be open. So if you want to visit, you can contact me or Petr, or I think our colleague Dusan Novotny. I'm not sure if he's here. I don't see him, but if you'd like to visit the tower, please do so. And we also have prepared for you, as Mr. Břížděla said, a barbecue. And this time you can taste as much of the local beer as you like, no limitations. And that will take place in the barn where you had your lunch. So once again, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for the discussions. I wish you a very safe and comfortable journey home, and maybe some other time we will meet again. Thank you.